Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. This is part 7 of a series that I'm doing responding to the videos by TurretinFan. So he's responding to Nick Sayers regarding Revelation 16:5, and we're looking at part 6. So last time we went through this, and as far as I can remember, this is his latest video. And so we've still got about 2 hours worth of examination to go through. So I will be looking at this video on 1.5 speed, sometimes double time, just to get through it. Now the reason I do my videos like this, I know some people they dislike it. They want me to sit down and go through the video, write down the highlights, and then take notes and only just show relevant bits here and there. But I find by the time I do that, it takes me twice as long. And so if I just go through them live, I find there's a lot more that I get out of it myself as well, because sometimes there can just be tiny little things said on the slide. There can be, something that I've missed that when I'm live I catch. What I remember TurretinFan going through is in one of my previous videos, I did mention that the word Yah, J-A-H, like in hallelujah, I had mentioned in my book that it is a contraction. No, sorry, it is a contraction. So it's like having Jehovah sort of thing, where he's sort of like, oh no, it's Yah is in Yahweh sort of thing. Where I did point him to the Legacy Standard Bible exposed videos. I don't really know who those guys are. They did quite a good job at explaining Jehovah and things like that. But they had mentioned that the Jah was a compound word, which was basically when you get the first letter of Jehovah and the last 2 letters, so it's Jah. And so it is like a form of nomina sacra. Now, so TurretinFan is about to enter into all this. Now, as far as I can recall, I've got about 20 hours worth of videos responding to TurretinFan so far, just on this topic. And so I can't exactly remember which video I told him to go through and look at this, but I'm pretty sure that I said I would encourage TurretinFan to go through that, to have a look at that. And I said that this type of information I didn't put in my book. Now, of course, there are 2 types of accusations that come against the work that I'm doing. One is, why did you put so much information that wasn't directly relevant to Revelation 16:5 in your book? Okay, so I talk about the name of Jehovah, I talk about the name of Yahweh, I talk about the Father and the Son being both Jehovah. I talk about all sorts of different things. But then on the flip side, I'm sure that people, like when I say I haven't got the information about the compound word Jah in my book, people are like, why not? and so it's one of those catch-22s where you're sort of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you don't put enough information there, people wonder why, they question it. If you put more than enough information, sometimes they get tangled up in those weeds, and it's sort of like, look, I understand that people are going through my material, but there are, it's like some of these videos, like I might rabbit trail and talk about something else, but you wouldn't expect someone to do a whole video just on my rabbit trail. I mean, if they do, it's fine, but it's the main point is the main point. Now, I think I've fully established that the name of God is Jehovah. That's my main point. Now, if I do a second edition of the Revelation 16:5 book, I'll probably put the information about a compound word in there. Now, that doesn't mean I've studied that out to the nth degree like I have with other things, because I wouldn't put it in the book if I didn't think it was accurate and true. And so I'd have to, go through a whole bunch of source material and make sure that what I'm saying is accurate. And so I guess in a way, I did tell TurretinFan, though, that if he wants to know about this word, to go here. And so, because that's the place where I would go, because that's where I first heard it and it made sense to me. They had basically said everything that I was saying, but then they said this other thing on top. And I was like, okay, well, on face value, I'll accept what they're saying. But if I was to put that down in a book, I would certainly have to qualify that further. So anyway, we're just going to let TurretinFan continue from where we left off yesterday. So let's let him chat. I'll just make sure that I can hear him. I was fiddling around with my microphone. I saw this little dot come up. Well, it's a microphone, and it says apps using your microphone, TikTok. I was like, I don't even think I've got TikTok on my laptop, So I went through and I blocked TikTok, and then I came back to StreamYard and it said, your mic is not working. And I was like, and so, it's one of those things that you have to fully extract everything off your computer. So the Chinese are just, every time I got my computer on, the Chinese are just here listening, or probably putting everything onto a database so they can do a witch hunt later or whatever they do. And I guess that's why people have said TikTok is so dangerous, because they are fully just spying on everyone. But this is what the Americans have been doing for years. And so anyway, let's go through this.
To handle this. But before we get there, I would like to...
Okay. So that's all working perfectly. Now I'll shut that down because I've gotten the premium edition, so I don't get pop-up ads and things like that. And sometimes it runs in the background, chewing up bandwidth. Okay, so let's continue.
See if I can zoom my my text here a bit. I have some material to share from Nick, responding to Nick, and then what I'll try to do is play some of his material from his videos, respond to it from my own materials, and we'll go that way. Now, how I'm going to do this, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm up to the task. The first issue to be addressed, and I'll put it on this side. My apologies for all the technical issues. So I think all I do is share, and let's see, actually make that full screen and share screen. Let's see if we make sure let's do this right. If you notice that I'm just standing there mindlessly staring at the screen, I'm probably trying to play his audio and it's not working.
Sorry, I'm sort of mindlessly just sitting
give
here.
It a shot.
I should be putting it on.
There we go. Well, so now you've got me here live, and then Nick, and then me again on the other side. And thankfully I'm wearing a different shirt today, but that's neither here nor there, because what we're going to look at here is this issue of Holy One versus Holy. It comes in about 22 minutes into the first part. Now, if you go to Nick's page, you'll see that there's Examining TurretinFan's Response Concerning Revelation 16:5 by Nick Sayers, part 1, and then you'll see a second part 1 slightly later. Hopefully, by at some point, Nick will have a chance to update the YouTube, title. But I assume he did the same thing, which I.
So I did fix that. I just had part 1, but it should have said part 2.
To do, which is copy the original title and paste it in, and then just accidentally didn't update it. So it says part 1, and then there's a second part 1. But obviously, the second one is part 2. So you just may have to scroll to find it. In any event, you only have to check 2 different videos if you don't find this at the right section. You're certainly welcome to listen to the rest. As you can see from the bottom of the screen, it is about 4 hours and a half long. And I found it interesting to listen to. I'm not sure everyone would, but whoever does, great. And whoever doesn't, they can just easily skip these things. So let's see if this will work. It's in a nutshell, whether it should be the Holy One or some similar translation, or whether it should be shall be. So I pause here to remind you, this is, someone had asked, I think, what's the main issue of the book? And that's the main issue, whether the reading in Revelation 16:5 should be the Holy One, or whether it should be some form of shall be. Now, Nick has a response here. There's a word in Greek that's usually translated the Holy One, but in this case,
it's actually not the Holy One, it's just holy. They actually add the Holy One there because they add the word one after. It's interesting, the New King James actually has that as well. It has the one which is and was and will be, and it has something like the Holy One. I should really document what I'm saying here.
So while he's going to document this thing about the New King James, which I don't really have a dog in that fight, my concern is this. If you look at the King James version, you can see that there are other places where this phrase "hosios" appears, and you can also see how it's translated. I'm trying to find the best way to display this. I suppose the best way will be,
well, straight off the bat, it's hot osios, where that is the reading in some manuscripts, but not all. And so when we look, like, I'll just show you what I'm reading now. The Reformation Bibles, Tyndale, he has "Thou art righteous and holy, thou art righteous and holy, Coverdale." When we start getting to more, literal, word for word, which art and wast and holy. So that's pretty much exactly what it says. So, but that looks nonsensical. Thou art righteous and holy. But this one here in the Geneva would be, which art and wast and holy. That is the type of thing, the nonsensical type of reading of just having this weird holy there. And so if we look at the Greek, okay, so that's all the Greek of Beza. Maybe I can jump to some other Greek down here. Oops, a bit far. English Bibles. Okay, here we are. Tischendorf, he has hot osios. Hot osios. Okay, so it looks like the printed editions do have hot osios. The Nestle edition has hot osios. Okay. See, this is P47. It's just got chi osios. It doesn't have hot osios. Yeah. So Elsevier's has hot osios, but that's been changed to hot isomenos. What's that? 9 years later. Hot isomenos. That's Beza. Okay, so he does have hot osios. So for some reason, I thought it wasn't hot osios. Okay, so I'll let Turretin continue while I'm sort of getting myself together here.
Probably, see, I just changed what I'm sharing. Just try to change what I'm sharing, and hopefully that will work. So here goes nothing. Share this instead. Looks like it's working. All right, so as you can see in the Old Testament, Psalm 16:10, it says, "For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption." So this is one of the titles of Jesus. This psalm is a prophecy about Jesus' resurrection. And the King James translates the Hebrew, which in the Psalms, it's the Hebrew original. It translates the Hebrew as Holy One. And then in Acts 2 and Acts 13, the New Testament quotes Psalm 16. And you can see that it's almost a direct quotation. This one says, "For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell." And this one says, "Because thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption." And then here he says, in another psalm, "Thou shalt not suffer thy Holy One to see corruption." So the basic, Acts 13 is a little bit of a looser quotation, I guess. But or maybe it's just a different translation of the same words. But in any event, the point is, it's pretty clearly a quotation.
Okay, well, let's look up the Greek in these editions here. So, Acts 2:27. Bible Hub. We'll go to the Greek. Thine Holy One. Okay. The Holy One. Okay, so they're saying Ozion equals Holy One. Okay. The definite article there is ton of you. You will not allow your Holy One to see corruption, or the Holy One of you, the Sioux. Okay, interesting. 1335. I'd like to change it up here. 35. Will not allow Ton Osion Sioux, the Holy One of you. So it's exactly the same. There. Okay. So let's look at Revelation 16:5. We'll go this route. Revelation 16:5. Abu Hub. Waters righteous, and that's interesting. That looks like the number 0 there, not an O. Hosios. Okay, so they've got Holy One. And I guess they do have the definite article there. Now, for some reason, I thought the definite article was not there. So I was, when I was listening through this, I thought, oh, no, I'm pretty sure the definite article is not there. Now, in my book, I do talk about the oldest Greek. See, this is the thing. If TurretinFan is sort of making up the Greek text as he goes and going by looking at the majority text, looking at the critical text, then he should be interested in this. And this is why I put this information here for James White and for TurretinFan. So the earliest witnesses to Revelation 16:5 read. So there are only 4 manuscripts of Revelation 16:5 that exist before the 10th century. So this is the thing. James White's like, no one's ever seen this reading. No one. And it's like, okay, the oldest readings, we're going back, Sinaiticus. I'm involved with a project that is looking at the authenticity and the dating of Sinaiticus. I'm involved with that at the moment. So if you look at P47, Alexandrinus, so let's just say that all these dates are true. We're looking at 3rd, 4th, and 5th century. And these are not in agreement. So when you've got this type of thing, surely there's nothing wrong with going to the Latin and going to, like I did in when I was explaining to James White the reading. He's like, why would you go to an 8th century commentary? What, why? All this sort of stuff. If you were back in those days, 7, 8 years ago, whatever. Yeah, he was losing it over me just quoting, church writings, commentaries, and other things apart from the Greek, because the main thing was there's only 4 manuscripts of Revelation 16:5 that exist before the 10th century. So after that, they would all be pretty much cohesive Byzantine readings, sort of like a lot of people have seen the Byzantine readings as just sort of rubber stamp, because there are a lot of similarities between the Byzantine tradition. So one has Haon Kai. That does look like an os. Yeah, it is. It's an os. Haon Kai os en K osios. Okay. And so I've underlined the changes. That's why it's hard to read that, but that's definitely a sigma, which is interesting because that would be who. Okay. Ho'un kai ho'en ho osios. Ho'un kai ho'en osios. So the only one that reads O is the Sinaiticus manuscript. Vaticanus stops at Hebrews chapter 9, and so they the rest of the manuscript of Vaticanus is actually from the 14th century. Now, So if we were to go with the oldest evidence, you wouldn't have hot Ozios. You would have K Ozios, okay, and holy. Now, if you're reading Sinaiticus, you have hot Ozios. So you have the holy, okay. So I can understand the holy one coming from that. Alexandrinus, who was and who is holy. And so these wouldn't, like TurretinFan's sort of like, oh, if you go with this manuscript, you know, the word Lord shouldn't be there in Revelation 16:5. This other reading in Revelation 11:17 shouldn't be there, da-da-da. Okay, well, we'll go with the earliest evidence here. What would be the earliest evidence? You'd probably have to weigh this up and go drop the ho here. So I think that's where I was sort of coming from in my mind when I heard TurretinFan talk about this. Not so much that the modern day Greek text doesn't have the definite article there, but that the earliest manuscript evidence doesn't have the definite article. So this is one of the things I was saying with James White. Like, you know, it seems that the phrase got shorter with the passage of time. There's definitely not agreement, as White claims in his book. Since Alexandrinus has only Ozios, we can see from these three early witnesses that modifications set in early. Lord is also missing in some manuscripts, yet is present in the Textus Receptus. Although important, that is another topic entirely. So I actually, you know, mentioned that about Lord. So this seems like one of the main things that Stephen Boyce and TurretinFan have focused on. Is like, oh, the word Lord, you know, that's slim, and so it's, oh, let's focus on that. Where I'm like, no, that's a, you know, I guess that would have been a whole nother section of the book. So we can see here in P47, Kai Ozios, and it's interesting. It's nonsensical to have the one who was and is and holy. That is exactly like we were reading with the Reformation Bibles. The Reformation Bibles were saying, I'll just jump back up to it here, which art which wast and holy. So that pretty much reads just like P47, which is the oldest reading they have. So why wouldn't they go with that reading? And because it is nonsensical, and so they have to go, well, the Holy One. And so that's my main point, I guess. Now, let's just go to the Greek of, well, I think we already are in the Greek. Yeah, here we are. So I'll just go additional Greek. Okay, so we can see the hot Ozios there. It's in everything. It's in all the printed text. So I can't really pull anyone over the coals for following that, because, but I guess my main point, and you know what I was thinking in my mind, which I got a bit muddled, but was that basically the hot is not there in the earliest manuscript. So why have we got it there? But you can see here the change. The early Textus Receptus had hot Ozios. The text of Beza had kai hot somenos, and that is followed by Scrivener as well here. So, okay, so let's move on from there and see what else Turretin is saying. So, yeah, these do have a definite article and have the Holy One. So, yeah, I do remember earlier on in the piece, before, because the whole concept of Beza having a manuscript, I had adopted that in 2013, but then reading through as much material as I could on Revelation 16:5, listening to James White, I sort of dropped that idea. And I thought, no, I don't think Beza's saying it. And I kept rereading back through his annotations, and it didn't seem to say that. And that's because they were translated poorly. So when it got translated professionally by people who know Latin, like Jeff Riddle, Larry Brigden, Jan Kranz, and other people, and discussed. That this isn't just our idea. This was thoroughly discussed on the ETC blog, ETC Revelation 16.5. So I guess, we'd upset Elijah Hixson, ETC. ETC blog. I don't think this is it, but it's just opened the door to jump in here now. Revelation 16. Sort by date. So I don't like these blogs posted by Elijah Hixson. Oh, there's the date there. Okay, so that's about the comma. Okay, so this is where I think we were fact-checking, the Ethiopic. So Elijah Hixson was like, what about the Ethiopic? Because I think out of everyone, I pulled up the Ethiopic information. Now, Jack Mormon, he had discovered that in his book. When I looked more into it, I was like, Jack Mormon's right. And there's a guy who wrote a book called, Which Bible Would Jesus Use? I can't remember his name, which is terrible. I think it's Jack something. But he... if you ever see his profile, he's there smiling. He's got white hair. Sometimes he shows himself with Donald Trump in a helicopter, and apparently he's really quite wealthy. And so he had given that information to Jack Mormon, apparently. So he contacted me and said, I gave that info to Jack Mormon. So all I've done really is got the Ethiopic, double-checked everything through Walton's polyglot and going back to the 1549 original text and looking through it and going, it does have the reading of Revelation 16.5 in it. So that's all I've done. So that stirred up a hornet's nest, because then it's like, James White's book's wrong. There is a reading of basically Somenos there. Okay, and so Elijah Hixson, he goes through this, and I can't remember exactly what he was saying here, but what they try to do is say, Dudley Loftus, this came up in the debate between me and Stephen Boyce. Dudley Loftus, apparently he did a bad translation, so we can't trust what was written in Walton's polyglot. Well, Walton's polyglot was a Latin translation in 1657 of the 1549 Ethiopic. So it doesn't mean the Ethiopic's bad. If you can just go through and make out the words in the Ethiopic, look them up and go, okay, well, and that's what I was doing, just typing these words into Google Translate and trying the best that I could. And after a while, it was like, it's clearly saying God. Like I'd copy and paste it in, it would say God. I'd copy and paste it. In other words, it would say Lord. And then what I would do is I'd cross-reference them with other places where I knew where the word Lord appeared. Lord, didn't we cast out demons in your name? So I look up that, Jesus is Lord. So I look up those verses, and I found these were matching. So that's how I was doing my homework there. But this whole Dudley Loftus thing came up, where this apparently wasn't a great translation of the Latin. And it's like, well, that has nothing to do with the Ethiopic. It's just easier to go through and go, that's a Latin word, and you look that up, rather than, this alphabet looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs. So here's the Revelation 16.5 here. And I'm pretty sure that word there is God. And yes, I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong. Anyway, it's very difficult to read. So they discussed this, and they went through a whole bunch of stuff. And this was like a week or maybe two or 3 weeks before my debate. So I actually didn't know that this had come up. So Stephen Boyce used a lot of this material talking about it all in the debate, where at the end of the day, really, there wasn't really much said. It was sort of like a lot of sand in the air. Yeah. And so basically, I'll just I'll go to that particular article, because what happens at the end of this article in the comments, so that's when you have a whole bunch of people who show up, and they're, most people just go, it's a conjecture, so not, some people don't really understand what a conjecture is, whether if it's in the Greek or in, whatever. So here we have, people discussing, what the Hebrew means. And this guy, he adds, okay, the Ethiopic reads this, which means who was and who is and will be. So it has the three elements. So this is the whole thing with Jan Kranz. What's the Revelation 16:5 conjecture? Oh. Or maybe there's actually a link here. Yeah, so we got Jan Kranz. He jumped on board. Okay, so we're looking for this conjecture here. Let's see what happens. Okay. Woodstock. Maybe just the number would be sufficient in that search. Yes. So basically, I expanded the information about the Ethiopic, showed it to James White. He just said, no, you're an idiot, you're a moron. It's like, oh, okay. And then he was like, challenge me to read his book. So I did. I had already, but I went back through the Revelation 16:5 material. And then I went through all of the videos online that he was talking about that material, and anything written that so that's where the book came from. I started responding to all that. And so he was just like, la, 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 because what I had shown was that in his book, he had said that the word, that the Ethiopic did not have the Revelation 16:5 reading in it. So he specifically says that in his book, where it does have that reading. It's equivalent to Isomonos. Okay. So anyway, so it came full circle. Everyone started talking about it. Jan Kranz started talking about it. And I've even contacted Jan and said, Jan, because he says here, it does not have the three elements, but only two, these two words here. The second of which can just as well reflect who is. Would this be correct? And so he's actually asking questions here and stuff like that. So, well, I guess he's quoting someone here. But this was the whole thing of Stephen Boyce. It only has the two elements. And so I'm like, oh, okay. I'll have to prove myself again. And this is the thing, these scholars, they make these accusations, but they rarely ever do the homework. It's like they're lazy. They don't want to just dig down and figure it out. So, yeah, I put the two elements, or the two words here. He's saying, oh, it's only the two elements. Well, it just so happens that those two elements show up at every triadic declaration. So I've underlined in green there what would be equivalent to Lord or Jehovah, It's exactly the same pattern as the Hutta Hebrew, the polyglot, and also Beza's Greek text, and also the King James. So the Reformation texts were very cohesive in a lot of these places. So this is, like 30 years before Beza had made his amendment to having shall be. So it's like, oh no, there's only two elements here. So, whoops, I shouldn't have gone back that far, or maybe I should have. Yeah, here we are, Ethiopic again. So, eris is a Latin verb that is in the second person singular, future active, indicative sum of you will be. Okay. So where do I go with that? Okay. So maybe if I go back to the ETC blog, because this is the actual picture that I'm looking for, which is probably in my book, but okay, so Revelation 16:5, and so we see the Domine, the Lord there. So that's what Stephen Boyce is like. It doesn't say Domine, it says God. So he got it wrong. So he's saying that the Dudley Loftus, the guy who was translating the Ethiopic, got it wrong. I got it wrong. Hoskia got it wrong. Everyone just got it wrong, except for his friend. And I was like, no. And so that's why I went through and looked up this word. Now, I'm not sure if I've even got this homework here, but here we have the Ethiopic has Lord here. And so, I've got the reading in the Polyglot Bible there. And so, but what I did was I looked up, Lord, didn't we cast out demons in your name? And so I think it's actually on Facebook. Facebook. Search Ethiopic. Yeah, actually, this has got a lot of information. Okay, so this is back in 2021. So I put this up there. I wrote, so I've been told by many scholars that the Ethiopic doesn't have the three elements of past, present, and future, Revelation 16:5. I have actually never claimed, so this is the whole thing of Stephen Boyce, you're claiming that it's got the full triadic declaration. You're saying that. I'm like, no, I'm saying it's got the future form of it, will be, that's all I'd ever said. So he mentioned that in the debate, and I sort of apologized. I said, oh, maybe I've done that, So he saw that as an admission of guilt. So later on, I was like, no, actually, I checked through everything. I spent like 2 days going through everything. So I got back to him and like, hey, Stephen, you know how you mentioned that in the debate? It wasn't true, and he's like, no, you said it. I was just like, oh my God, this guy wants to be an apologist. I mean, just start by being truthful. So I wrote, I've never claimed that the trade declaration was there in my book or anywhere, despite Stephen Boyce's claims, and why I have to keep explaining the issue. So, because I had to keep saying, hang on, no, you're lying, and you're lying. And he would get on a show with James White and just say it again. And it's like, why do you just keep lying? I'm going to the nth degree to prove that what you're saying is not true. And he was just like, oh, you're desperate. He called me a stalker. Like, it's like TurretinFan just turning around and saying I'm a stalker because I'm critiquing his videos about me. It's like, dude, please, I just want to follow Stephen Boyce around for the rest of my life. It's like, no, because you're slandering me, because you're saying untruthful things about me, I have to clear them up so that people don't just go, oh, well, yeah, Nick's wrong there. He didn't do his homework there. What an idiot. It's like, well, no, I did do all my homework. Here's all the information. But Stephen Boyce sees that. He gets defensive at that because I guess, I don't know what church he was reared in, but when I became a Christian, I stopped lying. Just if you want to be an apologist, you just stop anyway. So I could go on about that for ages, but it was just really annoying to see all that. So I wrote here, but I did focus upon it having a final form. So that's what I was focusing on, the shall be, a somenos issue, akin to a somenos or shall be in the King James. Now, one of the other reasons why I can prove, not that I really want to go on about Stephen Boyce too much, but one of the reasons why I can prove that is because I was basically coming against the material that James White had written in his book. Okay. Now, one of the things, and so you would expect that if I'm doing that, one of the things that is being said would have to do with the Ethiopic and Asomonos. Okay. And so if James White was talking about the Ethiopic and the whole, was and is to come, you go, oh, maybe Nick's responding to that. But you can clearly see that here. I'll just jump on here. Revelation 16:5. Yeah. I'm going to hold this up for the world to see. And, okay, so is it that one there? It's really hard with this backwards mirror thing. There we go. So, whoops. It says, it is so hard to do this. And that's not the one. It's this one. Notice it says Cop 8th there. Coptic Ethiopic. Okay. So he mentions the Ethiopic and he says Asomonos is not put in its place. Okay, so I'll just read it. So he says, lest in desperation the King James only advocate make the attempt, Tischendorf's notes on the term only confirm my assertion. He notes that Cop 8th, now he thought Cop 8th was like one word. It means the Coptic Ethiopic, Coptic and Ethiopic, not Cop 8th where it's just one word. But anyway, so that's where I was like, oh, I looked up the Coptic, then I looked up the Ethiopic. I'm like, there it is, It omits Hozios, but the King James Version reading is not to be found even here, as Asomonos is not put in its place. But I'm like, no, it is put in its place in the Ethiopic. So I think he thought Cop 8th was the name of a manuscript, a Greek manuscript, not knowing it's an Ethiopic manuscript that he's mentioned. So that was one of the reasons why I went through the notes and said, oh, he mentions an Ethiopic. Let's search the Ethiopic. So he says, instead, Tischendorf notes that Tischendorf notes indicate Beza as a reading source. Okay, so then he goes on about it. So clearly, if I'm responding to this book, and so far, anyone can see that I'm critiquing what James White said about this. He said in the Ethiopic it doesn't have the future form of Asomonos. So that would be what I would be writing on. So that's another proof against Stephen Boyce, because, if I'm critiquing the news and they just say, Donald Trump said this one thing, well, it doesn't mean he's saying all this other stuff or whatever. It's like this one thing. And if I'm critiquing the news, well, surely I'm just going to be critiquing that, So the whole thing of Stephen Boyce saying in the middle of a debate, basically saying something untrue about me, that I said it was related to the whole Triadic Declaration, he should really retract that. And really, I was soft on him. When I go through it, I did some videos, I did some stuff. But looking back in retrospect, repent, man. You are I'll just call it out now. Stephen Boyce is a liar. He lied. He made him, whether he firstly just made a mistake, but he kept repeating it. And I went to the nth degree to prove that I'd never said anything like that. Well, why do you keep saying this type of thing? And then I dropped it, and then he mentioned it all again in some other video. It was like, and then so I'm writing to him saying, hey, Stephen, what about this? What about that? And he's just like, you're a stalker. He said, even people in the Textus Receptus community hate you. They think you're a psycho, you're a stalker. And it's just like, whatever, dude. So anyway, I did focus on having the final form akin to Asomonos. So that was responding to what James White wrote in his book, or shall be in the King James. And so one of the amazing things too is I clearly do prove that the past, present, and future form is there. So even if I had made this claim, Stephen Boyce was like, oh, you're saying it says this and it doesn't. Well, it actually does. So he was wrong anyway on the whole thing. So, okay. But even if we examine their claims, it seems that in the places of revelation where the triadic declaration appears, it has 3 elements, but only 2 words. So we can see this Revelation 1:4, it has these 2 words, is to come. The one which was and is to come. So that's embraced in, or that's extrapolated from these 2 words. Okay. And so, yeah, Revelation 1:8, Revelation 4:8, and so they're all the same, except the final triadic declaration has this one, which is different from is to come, and it means shall be. Okay. So here the final form has this and not that. So as far as I can tell, this Zahalo encompasses both past and present. It is interesting that in a modern Ethiopic translation, Exodus 3:14 uses this. So that's what appears is to come, Zahalo for I am. So it's very interesting. So you sort of got the one past and future and then present coming up last, I am, But then we've seen also that sometimes I am can be the future form. Like Coverdale has I shall be who I shall be. So that's interesting. So that this is in a modern Ethiopic Bible. At times, Zahalo can be translated as I was. So here, I've got a link there. So let's just have a look at how that was translated. Okay. So one of the things that Hixson brought up, and it was parroted by Stephen Boyce, is that the Latin translation in the polyglot was it was filled with errors. But that's what I kept saying. Is it in error here? Because it's one thing to say, I could say the NIV has errors in it, okay? And they'd be like, well, where? Where exactly? If I were, just say we were debating about something and I said, well, you're using the NIV, it's filled with errors. It's like, they would say, well, is it in error here? So that's what I was saying. Like, okay, well, is this Latin in error here? So let's look at the 1657 Latin. It has qui est and erit, qui venit and venturist est, and that means who, and who will come and they will come. Okay, so I've written that from Google Translate, so it mightn't be the best, and this is a few years ago, but you can clearly see it's got the one who who was and is to come. It's got the three sections to it. That is, they will be and who will be. So it's got that there. Who is and will be. So that's got the future form and the present form. Who is and will be. The present form and the future form. And you who you are. And so these are all in the Latin, okay. But when you look at the Ethiopic, it's very cohesive. It's almost like when you look at the Greek and the Isomonos with the Erkomenos readings and things like that. So notice that in 4 places it has Lord, as the King James Version also does. So that's below here. So I've underlined the Lord in the green. So in the first place, it doesn't appear. We're all, we understand that. And I've thrown up a few arguments about why. So here we have the green. But then underlined here is, the Latin that's followed. And so we can see I've also put the green here, Dios. So that would come against the Stephen Boyce thing of that the Dios, it doesn't mean Lord, because it clearly in every other place is Lord. And so that was one of the things I was coming against. So I guess I didn't really make the conclusion, but I was like, what are your thoughts? Because here, this is expanded as, the one who was and is to come. It's got the 3 elements in the 2 words. Okay. So, I will probably, I might even just, no, I won't share that. I'll just see if there's any other info that I've put up. Okay, that's interesting. Francis Turretin, 2019, does Revelation 16:5 in the Ethiopic have Beza's conjectural emendation? No. Well, you know, I think I think even just a cursory look. Yeah, we were actually debating back then. Okay, so I had no idea who TurretinFan was back then, but he seemed like he was interested in this, so I was sharing my information anyway. So let's move on from there. I'll just shut that down. So we can look then at what Jan Krans was saying. So Jan Krans, he is saying, he claims that there is no future form of this. Okay, so Beza's annotations, it has the NA28 has hot Ozios. Here the conjecture is hot Asomenos by Theodorus Beza, 1582. Page 475. It's a substitution. So when we look at this, now I might enlarge it. Yeah, that enlarges, which is very helpful for us. Okay, so it says in a hand copy. So he's changed this since I've written my book, and I've often interacted online with Jan Krans. I've been very critical of some of the things he said. So I think there are several things here that he says that are factually wrong. In Beza's hand copy, hot Ozios is underlined and hot Asomenos is entered into the margin. That's true. Though Beza's annotation states the reading is introduced ex vetusto bone fide manuscripto codice from an old and reliable manuscript. That is a very good translation of that. Then he writes, there is no such Greek manuscript here. In existence today, but it was back then. But Beza said there was. Why would he be lying? So Beza probably, it's the Bart Ehrman school, the Metzger school. He probably just made an error there. Who knows? He's just Three Stooges. Him, Janius, Tremellius, they were patting each other on their bald heads and pulling each other's beards and, running around their scriptorium. And he just, slipped on that banana peel again and made this error in mistaking his own conjectured reading. So this is the modern thing is James White's like, it's a conjecture. Nestle said it's a conjecture. So it's just become this thing that's parroted so often. It's like, it has to be conjecture. Why? Or because we've been saying that for 150 years and we can't be wrong. So, okay. Let's look at the evidence. It's like, he said he had a manuscript. So he said it's not a conjecture. Well, he must be lying then because we say the truth because we are, the gurus. We're the guardians of the Bible. And so what we say is true. So if someone says something that's against us, they're just stupid, they're idiots, they're bozos. Erasmus, he just was rushing to print and made rash promises and all this rubbish. And then so we see Beza here probably made an error, mistaking his own conjectured reading for an attested one. So he just he was there like, I'm just going to make up a reading, made it up out of thin air, like James White says. Then later on, he was like, I think that made up thing that I actually had an old, not just a manuscript somewhere, an old ancient manuscript of good, what's it say? Bona fide, a reliable manuscript. So he's not just, he's being pretty specific here with the type of manuscript. It's not just any manuscript, an old and reliable manuscript, an ancient, old, reliable manuscript. That's where I got the reading from. So maybe he banged his head that morning. I guess maybe it gets pretty cold in Europe. Maybe he went out the front door and slipped on the ice and banged his head all the way down the stairs and went, and hadn't had his coffee, came upstairs and he was like, I think that I had that reading in an old ancient manuscript somewhere. And in this pile, he's just got piles of papers, and he's just like, I don't know what's going on. This is the type of Three Stooges artistry that we see within the scholarly guild of textual criticism. These guys are quacks making up stories about genuine, like you wouldn't just assume that Albert Einstein, when he's doing equations, that he would just make up something out of thin air, then later on forget what he did and just make up something else. I mean, we're talking about the Word of God here. We're talking about people who trembled at the Word of God, people who saw the Word of God as the words of God and that we shouldn't add to and take away from them. And so they're very careful about these things. But, he probably made an error, mistaking his own made-up reading for, he thought it was a real reading. The dummy. This is what a bozo idiot, I mean, let's just put it in layman terms. Duh, Erasmus and Beza are the dumbest guys ever because, this is just like childish, slanderous accusations against some of the world-leading scholars of that era by these people who are cloaked in the robes of academia. And these guys have been wrong so many other times before. The whole concept that the 10 or 20 Erasmian anecdotes where he's just an idiot. Now it's like, Beza's got this reading. Instead of looking at the information of the reading, instead of examining this and thinking, like, what's the alternative? Beza said he had an ancient manuscript with this reading in it, and it's lost. There are lots of manuscripts that are lost. So because we don't have it today, they feel that they can just say, he's just making that up. Well, we don't have it today. Whew. Let's just keep with our text and let's just say he's making it up. We'll just call him an idiot. We do that with everyone anyway. Even if people go to the mat and they're scholarly and they go through the Greek and they go through the Hebrew and they go through the Latin, they go through all the things and they prove us wrong. We just say, you're a King James onlyist. You're an idiot. And so let's just do the same with Beza. He's just, what a bozo. He said he had a specifically an old and reliable manuscript, but he's probably just made it up out of thin air and tricked himself later on. It was like, I wrote that down just out of thin air, but later on I really did think that that's what I had. And so I actually put this other stuff there, that it was a reliable manuscript as well. It was an old manuscript. The story just got worse and worse because, like Pinocchio, the more lies you tell, the bigger your nose gets. And I just kept lying and lying about this until, the point where, sorry guys, I'm the biggest liar on the block and Jan Kranz has caught me out. No, what makes more sense, that Jan Kranz has absolutely zero idea of what he's talking about, or that one of the world-leading experts in the Greek language, in Latin, looking at these manuscripts, actually had a manuscript with this reading in it. So I can't believe sometimes what these guys write. And I've read through that many times, but this is why I like doing live videos, because I have to explain it to you guys. And the more I explain it, I'm like, this is just stupid. This is so dumb. Beza probably made an error, mistaking his own conjecture reading for an attested one. The conjecture is adopted in the Greek text and the Latin translation. Listen to this. There is no versional evidence for the conjecture. No versional evidence for the conjecture. The Ethiopic simply omits hoosios, at least in most manuscripts, and has only two elements. Okay, so it's got these two elements. So it's pretty hard to say it's only got the two elements. When you look at the translation, it's clearly got the three elements in the Latin there, okay? The Ethiopic omits the equivalent ecomenos in Revelation 4:8 and 11:17, and it does not do so in Revelation 1:4 and 1:8. Wettstein mentions Codex Stephani, but this merely reflects his incorrect inference from Beza's annotation. So the story is that, because the story gets worse, and once you start down this road of making up stories about, these scholars, it gets to the point where what they say is, well, Henry Stephanus. So you have Robert Stephanus, the legendary printer who did the 1550 edition and all that. So his son Henry was working for him in the print shop, and he took over his father's business. Now he was printing all of Theodore Beza's material right up until Beza died or Henry died. I can't remember who died first. I think it was Beza. Now, so for 40, 50 years, they were probably longer, 60 years, they were doing this type of work together. And what Henry Stephanus had done under the guiding of his father was he had collated some Greek manuscripts. So Robert Stephanus, the father, he had commissioned his son to do this. Now, apparently, he was like 20 when he did this. Okay, so this becomes the main thing focused on. So the story's gotten worse. It's like, well, this ancient manuscript that Beza had, he didn't actually have the manuscript in front of him. It was most probably one of those manuscripts that Henry had collated under the direction of his father. And so, he was writing that. He was only 20. So you can imagine this is this dude with his hat backwards, yo, dad, I want to work in the print shop, all this sort of stuff. And it's like he just was a bozo, didn't know really anything. Even though when you look at the works that Henry did, he was doing grammars in Hebrew, grammars in the Syriac language, grammars in Greek, fine, intricate detail, the sort of detail it's amazing for that era. It's absolutely incredible, the type of books that he was bringing out. But apparently he was as dumb as a piece of dog poo on the footpath. He didn't know what he was doing. His dad had just sort of, it's like, oh, I better give the kid a job, or he's just going to end up on the dole or end up, on government benefits. I better get him working. And so then, he had collated this manuscript and just wrote down the readings and made a mistake. Then then Beza, he went through. See, this is the thing. The story just gets worse and worse because where did this start? Did it start from Beza's own mind? Just a conjecture, just made it up? Or did Henry write it down wrong? And Theodore Beza read it and went, oh, the heading says from an old ancient manuscript. So, okay, well, what's written here? Oh, Henry has collated this and it says this. Well, that's what it says, written it down and never thought about it again, So did he conjecture this just out of thin air, or did he just follow Henry's, sloppy, youthful, idiotic scholarship? Idiotic, alcoholic, tongue twisting myself. But you can see how stupid these anecdotes are. It's like, why wouldn't you just assume that he had an ancient manuscript? Why go to this effort? And you can see how much effort they put into this. Now let's just go down to, I put this in my site the other day, because I knew that I'd be bringing it up quite frequently. Okay, where are we? Here. So this is David Paris. I think it was in 1614. I think he did a Latin edition of this, and now this is like the 1644 English edition. Okay, so he just clearly says, save instead of hoesomenos or hoekomenos, sorry, which is to come, before used, so it's used in other places. Here it is hoesomenos, who shall be, as Beza hath brought to light out of an ancient manuscript. So the scholars of the day knew that Beza had an ancient manuscript. But Jan Kranz, he's just like, no, he's tricked himself. You know, it's can't you read that into everything? Could I just say that, Luther just fluked the fact that it says, I'm just making this stuff up, so it mightn't even work, but Luther just fluked the fact that it said we're justified by faith alone. So, he actually meant to say we are justified by Mary alone. But because he was so tired that night, he, instead of writing Mary, he wrote faith. And then it leaked out, and then he realized he'd actually discovered this theological truth, and everyone was running with it. So he just pretended that that's what it said. Yeah, that's how dumb this type of story is. And I don't know why. Who is judging Jan Kranz and saying, hey, where are you getting this from? Because, see, the thing is, these guys are untouchable. So instead of the people having control over the Bible and control over what's being said in scholarship, these guys should just say whatever they want, and that becomes gospel. And these modern day apologists just parrot it. So anyway, we got some comments here. Dr. Antitheus, what convinced you that the Bible was inspired by God? There's plenty. Probably the most convincing thing is the prophecies in the Bible about the Messiah. There's over 330 prophecies about Jesus. Prophecies about the end times, the book of Revelation. There's so much in the Bible that foretells the future that it couldn't have been just a book written by man. Even the Passover festival, the fact that they got the lamb, they killed it, they put the blood on the top and on the sides, making the form of a cross. The very hour Jesus died was the hour that they were killing all the Passover lambs yearly. He is the Passover lamb. It's a festival that they practiced for like 1,500 years, and it's a prophecy of the Messiah. It's amazing. So, yeah. Anyway, I've got lots of reasons, but there's a couple. Yes, Jack McElroy. Thanks, Hannah. Yes, Jack McElroy was the one who we should really give the credit for the Ethiopic reading. Yeah, which Bible would Jesus use? Book author. That's the one. Thanks for looking that up for me. So yeah, we've just gone through Jan Kranz's thing, and this is the citation here in Latin. And so Jan Kranz. So this is the thing. 2019. This is where I would say that TurretinFan should really go to read what's here, because he would probably trust Jan Kranz because you're working in Munster for the monsters, and will be kaiho esomenos, commonly kaiho ozios is read, but the article is against all usage of speech and shows that the reading is corrupt. So notice he's talking about the article here, and the Vulgate, whether it reads the article or not, translates not more correctly. Sanctus, nomina sacra, holy. I'll just sort of throw that in. Ozios, wrongly omitting the particle key, which is outright necessary in order to connect dikaios and ozios. Okay, so there is a connection there because it is a quotation of the Hebrew. But we won't get into that. But as we have said above at Revelation 1:4, at all other places where he extends the name of Jehovah, so it's like, why is Nick saying Jehovah here? It says Kyrios, it says Lord. It's like, there it is. John used to add a third element, namely Koheikomenos. Why then would he have left it out here? So you notice he has here, but as we have said above in Revelation 1:4. So if you want to understand this annotation, you have to go back to Revelation 1:4. Okay. I might even look that up here on Jan Kranz's thing, but we'll do that in a second, because he might have gone through and translated it. And so this is one of the things. Jan Kranz has translated it, Larry Brigden has translated it, Jeff Riddle's translated it, and they're all saying that he had an ancient manuscript. Now let's read through. At all other places where he extends the name of Jehovah, John used to add a third element, namely Koheikomenos. Why then would he have left it out here? Therefore, I cannot doubt that the original reading is the one I restored from an old and reliable manuscript, namely Koheikomenos. The reason that he is not Koheikomenos is written as in the 4 places above, 1:4, 1:8, 4:8, and 11:17, is that those places concern Christ as the coming judge, whereas in this vision he is presented as already sitting in the tribunal and delivering judicial decisions. So I would say that's a pretty good translation from the Latin. Okay. Now, I have proven before that Jan Kranz has been known to stretch the truth to demonize people. Okay, so in his translations, when he translates in Revelation, he translates the words of Erasmus as saying that instead of Erasmus saying, well, the authorship of Revelation was once questioned by the Greeks, he changes the word olim there to mean something else. So it says, I doubt who wrote a Revelation. So instead of Erasmus saying, oh, the Greeks doubted it, and Erasmus is saying, I doubt it. So he becomes like this, this critic who doesn't even believe John wrote Revelation and all this. So, and he changes the word olim there. So I've got, if you go to my website, I've got an article on that. I may as well show you where that is. So this is an article about the last 12 verses of, I'll just go to Revelation 16:5, Rev 16, Revelation 22. It's a bit of a roundabout way to get there, but it's one of those articles which I'm still working on and trying to piece together. So I know Timothy Berg caught on it. He got on that and just started running with it. And I'm like, I haven't really made absolute definitive conclusions on everything there. And so I had to really do a lot of work, which I didn't really have time to do at the time. But it was like, he's just making everything public, And so sometimes my website is a bit of a chalkboard, I'm going through putting ideas and it's like, okay, that fits or that doesn't. So if we go down the bottom here, there is an article, Revelation 22:16-21. And it's got a lot of information about Erasmus and the last 6 verses of Revelation. So if we look up the word olim, so we see it, olim appears here. Let's go down to Kranz's biased Latin translation. So he has olim. So Jan Kranz has, its author has long since been unknown. So making out that Erasmus is saying, we don't know who wrote Revelation. But here, Erika Rummel in the 1980s said the authorship was once uncertain. It's like, who's correct here? So in chapter 2, page 32, he said, I felt that the scribe had made an error for the following reason, because the words in this book occur twice, since his eyes turned to the second instance, omitting the words between. And so, yeah, basically, talking about this footnote and where he talks about how he would prefer Olim here. That the authorship has long since been uncertain. We don't know who wrote Revelation, it was once uncertain. So then I looked up Olim just in a bog standard sort of Latin dictionary, and it's like, at that time, some time ago, once upon a time, once formerly, of old, there was nothing to do with Olim saying that it's uncertain today, or Erasmus thought it was uncertain. So I question his translations, but it seems like he's done okay here. So where does he talk about the ancient manuscript? He says, the original reading is one I restored from an old and reliable manuscript. Okay, so I would say that that's good. That matches in with what other Latin scholars have put there. So I'll put this in this link there, so you don't have to go searching for it everywhere. And you can look for yourself. It's quite interesting. Stephanus adopts the reading. There is no annotation. So that's Henry Stephanus. And so I think that goes to like a blog post or something, or another set of things. And we've got the King James, shall be, reflects Beza's conjecture. No marginal reading. Piscator. And what he has here, pro Osios, and so that's all in Latin. So he hasn't done a translation of that. But I was going to go to Revelation 1:4, wasn't I? Revelation 1:4. It would be good if there is some sort of conjecture by Beza there. Between 1 to 19 of entries. Okay. Maybe it's up here. That's weird. Okay, so it's got the Erasmian issue there that they say, causes a problem. Okay, so we've got a substitution, afrata. Yes, it's not a huge amount of info there, but that's fine. Okay, so, and I'll also put this last 6 verses of Revelation, the verses, in the comments there so people can have a look. So, yeah, if you go through this article, people talk about the Ethiopic reads this, and it means who was and who is / will be. It's very interesting. I wonder if I can do some sort of Google Translate now. I know that Google Translate is not going to give me the exact Ethiopic. Okay. No. Yeah, so it gets quite technical there. These guys are chatting about it. But at the end of the day, going through the Ethiopic translation itself shows you what those words mean. And so, and as you can see, I've got information on my Facebook. I've got information all over the place. So I've done a lot of homework on this, but I just haven't consolidated it into an article. So let's continue with TurretinFan.
From that psalm. In fact, he says in another, a psalm is provided here, but it is in fact a quotation from the Psalms. My reason for bringing this up is that in Revelation 16:5, where it says the Holy One, in English we would translate it the Holy One. We don't have to translate it that way. I'm not saying that there's like one perfect translation for this and that any other translation is deeply compromised or something like that. I'm just saying that the standard translation, the Holy One, which apparently the New King James has, I haven't explored that at any greater length. If you look at the Greek that's being translated here in Acts 2:27, and we can do that right now, you can see that it is Hosias, or Hosion, ton Hosion. So there's not a separate word for one here, just Holy One, and the article. And the same thing in Acts 13:35, Hosion, Don Hosion. So that's the article and this. So
okay, so ultimately what TurretinFan's saying here is that, okay, the word Holy One appears throughout the Bible. And I did quite an extensive study on the Holy One, as far as I can remember, back in the day. And this is what I was probably trying to say before, but I sort of rabbit trailed. That I came to the conclusion that there was enough evidence to say, okay, holy, that is a name of God. And it's like, yeah, and like those verses, you will not suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. I guess eSword would probably be a great place to just look up the word holy, but then it will have Holy Spirit and all the rest of it. And so it'll probably just bog us down. But yeah, so that was a study that I did a long time ago.
Oh, there's not. If you go and you look in the section that shows you, they call this an interlinear, I think. I think that's what they refer to it as. But anyway, it's not really interlinear. It's more like two columns. But anyway, you can see that Holy One is being mapped to Hozios. And interestingly, although it doesn't directly bear on his point, if you go and you see in the Hebrew as well, this Hasid, like the Hasidic Jews in New York City, there may be other places as well. I'm more familiar with them. They have a large community there, and that refers to being holy. And I think there's other words that are related, like Hesed and so forth. But in this case, this thine Holy One comes from one Hebrew word. So this translation methodology of saying Holy One, the objection to that as somehow inappropriate because it's just one Greek word and there's not a separate word for one, I think that Nick should just take that particular argument out of his vocabulary.
Okay, so the main reason that I put that there was because if we're looking at the manuscript evidence, like James White was constantly at that time on the dividing line saying, well, we go with the oldest evidence. It's a science. We look at the oldest evidence and we go with those readings. And that's it, And so I'm like, okay, let's go with the oldest readings. Okay, so we've got these 4 manuscripts before the 10th century. Look at the 3 oldest ones. Clearly, there's no definite article there. So that's the point that I was making now. It's been quite a while, and so I thought for some reason that perhaps the printed Greek text didn't have the article "ho" there, but it does, and so they're probably just following Sinaiticus there or Vaticanus or whatever. But yeah, James White's like, the papyri makes so much difference. If you don't know about the papyri, you're not. You're not in touch with the realities of text criticism and all the rest of it. And so that's why I brought all that up. So that's why I guess in my mind, I convinced myself that their readings in the Nestle Alan should be that. That's what James White was always claiming. So,
and there are some other places in the Bible that the phrase Holy One is translated, although some of those are from Agios, not from Hosios. The next section, though, I want to jump ahead. The next section will be at, let's see, what's the best way? I'm going to stop sharing this for the moment, and I'll restart it shortly when I can find the next jump spot. It's a bit later into the video. I have something tabbed here, so hopefully I can quickly get there and reshare it. Oh, not that. That's what happens when you press the wrong button. Let's see, share screen. Passover, not Easter. I did enjoy that discussion, but that's not what I was going for here. So again, that's Nick and me, and this is his screen. Now, what he's referring to here is a quotation. He's actually showing on the screen his own book, something I would be happy to do as I'm going through this, except I don't have his book in electronic form, and I'm not eager to try to convert it into electronic form just to display it. If I happen to have an electronic form, or if one turns up in the internet.
Okay, so just quickly, in what I've been looking up here, because we were talking about the New King James. Okay, So I've put some information here. It says, New King James says at Revelation 16:5, I heard the angel of the Lord saying, you are righteous, O Lord. So the reason why I'm showing this, because it's like, oh, this is a TR edition, so the one who is and who was and who is to be, because you have judged these things. Okay, so notice it's got the one at the beginning of it. Okay, the King James says, I'll just quickly grab it here because I want to make sure I get the exact wording. Revelation 16:5, and I heard the angels of the waters say, thou art righteous, O Lord. You are righteous, O Lord. That's fine. Which art and wast and shalt be, which is and was and who is to be, because you have judged thus. So notice the one just sort of is thrown in there. Oops. You are righteous, O Lord. Thou art righteous, O Lord. That would be, who is, which art, and wast, and who was, and who is to be and shall be, because thou hast judged thus. So everything in that verse is fine. Just adds this, the one. And so that's why I was like, oh, there is an addition there, because I'm always, careful to look at the New King James and make sure they're translating the Textus Receptus properly. So they have the footnotes here at the Nestle Alarm United Bible Society text, and the majority text omits "O Lord," and the Nestle Alarm United Bible Society text and the majority text read, "Who was the Holy One." Okay, so they've got the B there, who is to be, and so they've got who was the Holy One. So notice it's got the Holy One there. So these guys have the one. So it's like they realize holy's not there, but they've still got the one there. They want to keep that there. The New King James followed modern versions with the Holy One, but omitted holy. This edition can be seen when we compare it. I compare it to the King James below, so I didn't have to look up all that. I heard the angel of the Lord is saying, thou art righteous, O Lord, the one. So I just showed that is omitted in the King James. It's added in the New King James. It's an interesting reading. It would be considered an addition, and it's not in an italic. So they're reading into that. It's not necessary to be put in there for understanding. It is necessary to be there for the Holy One. So it does seem like they have copied. Now I wonder if I can go to Revelation 16:5, I might be able to find the exact edition that they were looking at. So here, Revelation 16:5. Okay, so it says the one who is. So let's just see if we can find that. Find. Okay, so New King James has it. So it's interesting that NASB has the one who is. You notice that? Very interesting. Okay. Wonder who else does it. God's Word Bible. I hate these pop-ups. They drive me nuts. God's Word Translation, the one who is. So they've gotten it from there. ISV, the one who is. The Net Bible, the one who is. So yeah, when was the NASB? So that was after the New King James, wasn't it? So the NIV, O Holy One. So interesting. When we examine modern readings, both pre and post New King James, we can see a similar pattern of Holy One being in front of the Triadic Declaration. Okay, New Living Translation, the ESV, Holy One, Christian Standard Bible, the Holy One. Whereas many others have it afterwards, oh, Holy One, da-da-da. is clearly seen in the comparison between the ESV, CSB with the New King James. O Holy One, the Holy One, the One. Yeah, so that is good information. I didn't realize I did such an extensive study on that. But I think anyone would agree. I think even TurretinFan would agree. Yeah, they've got the one there. Why has it got the one? You know, especially if it's the New King James. Why has it got this the one? It's got the Lord, the antecedent here is the Lord, the Jehovah, who is and who was and who is to be. Why have the one? Okay. Anyway, let's move on from there.
I'll be happy to use it for that purpose and then destroy it afterwards so that it doesn't get further distributed. But
that's fine. You can distribute it. I'm not really worried about it.
But in any event, when I say so it doesn't get further distributed, I mean so we don't mess with the copyright that Nick or his publisher has. That's what I don't want to do. I'm happy for people to read and understand this. I think it's much better to read and understand this than just to automatically gainsay it. So that said, can't see very well because I'm on a tiny view here, but it's here's the material that's on his screen. And you can see it much better the way he has it. So we can rely on that. But for reference, it's at page 25 of his book. And the section that I've quoted here, this is about 3 hours and 10 minutes into his discussion. It's kind of the second theme that came up. It comes up in a couple of different places. This is just one example. And there's this kind of, I'll play it through and then I'll point out what it is that's bugging me. And then I'll try to respond to it. So let's see how it goes. Oh, I don't hear him. Let's see. That's because he's muted. Here we go.
I guess clear enough for non-Hebrew. I haven't made that clear. It's the future form of it. And they go to the
back it up a little bit.
Thing just here. So some of that theophoric names have the name of Jehovah on there. They were shortened. And so that's the main point I was making there. But even at the top, it's got the Haya Hava thing just here. So someone who could read Hebrew could go through and go, oh yeah, Jehovah, yeah, Haya Hava, that's the future form of it. And they just read through. I haven't made that clear, I guess, clear enough for non-Hebrew speaking people. So I guess, I should really tighten up on that. But there is a lot of heavy sort of information here when you end up going to Hutter's 12-language dodecaglot, pointing out, where Jehovah appears and where the Triadic Declaration happens, and talking about how that's related to I am as well, and the Yeheh, and how that appears, and how holy is not in the text in his 1599 dodecaglot. How these words that are related to Jehovah many times just have the prefix put onto it. So what I did is I separated all that, but it looks like these charts have actually, they're not really friendly on Google Docs, and I'm hoping that this hasn't happened in the printing.
So I'll pause here for a second. The part that bugged me was not that actually providing the text on the screen like this or trying to explain it, but this part about, people who know Hebrew, this is just basic fundamental stuff. And, so the issue, if there's an objection here, it's the objection is that people don't understand Hebrew properly. Sometimes that can be an issue in certain things. And just for Nick's comfort, I don't know if you can see it. Let me make myself bigger for the moment, if I can find my way over here. So sort of for Nick's comfort, you can see the table actually, although maybe in the Google Docs, it's not.
Wow, that's really good. Yeah, I appreciate that, because I every time I look at that, I'm like, oh, it's all over the place. It's in different fonts, so I'm not sure what really happened.
So
there.
Great. Anyhow, it came out pretty well in the printed text here. So nothing to worry about there.
And I guess, too, this is what I sort of fixed up a little bit the other day. Maybe I can go there. I'm not sure if it's saved. Maybe it did. So I'm looking for Hutter. There we are. Okay, so yeah, it didn't save, but all I did was stretch it out a little bit. Like that. So what I've done, and all I'm saying to TurretinFan, I'm not saying that, oh, well, TurretinFan doesn't read Hebrew, so he wouldn't understand what's going on here. all I'm saying is for someone who is fluent in the Hebrew language to go through and read these, they would see these clear links to I am and Jehovah in every triadic declaration, because you've got Asher, okay, which is in Aya, Asher, Aya, which I am that I am. Then you've got the Ha with the holum above it. That's a little dot. Ha, Va. So this is like that. That would be Ho with the holum, Hova. This is Haya, okay. And so, you know, it's got a little dot here, and it's like, oh, what are all these things? So what I did is I separated these words so you can clearly go down and see the similarities between them. And so the last thing, who is to come, if you look at all of them, they're all the same. That's in a different font for whatever reason, but maybe I can just put it in the font. What was that, Garamond? I'll just put that in Garamond. Okay, that's easier. Maybe I'll just pick the whole thing. And maybe it'll destroy it, but Garamond. There we go. Let's get a bit bigger. And so when I'm saying that, I'm just saying, okay, a Hebrew would read through this like we're reading English. I'm not talking about people's theological biases or their skill in knowing the Old Testament or whatever. I'm just talking about people who, like, I work with people, like say my friend, he's from Tel Aviv. Now, when we deal with biblical texts like this, he wants to be a linguist, okay? So he's studying linguistics and he's fluent in Hebrew. That's his first language, is Hebrew. Second language is English, loves learning languages. So he's just an interesting guy to talk to. When I show him this stuff, he just reads through it like in 10 seconds. He's just like, okay, that. He just reads through it. So in my charts, I've sort of had to separate this part from this part from that part, from, you know, and just separate it all so that it can be deciphered and patterns can be seen. So the Asher is seen here, who is, so basically the Asher is just who, or which, or that. So I am that I am who I am. Okay. So the Asher here. Okay. And so you can clearly see the Hova there, Haya there, Hova there, and then Haya back here again. So it's interesting. And so I just typed it all out so that we could see it. And then I'm like, okay, notice this distinct thing here. Notice this here. It's related to I am here, you know, the Haya. So the Aya, which is basically Haya, this has an Aleph in front of it. But if you look here, that element there is exactly what is here, which is the future form is to come. So it's interesting. It's like, yeah, and so all I'm saying is, like, I don't fully understand it to the point where it's like, I've looked at this a lot, I've made this chart, but if I was, you know, born in Jerusalem, I could read through this like I'm reading the morning paper and go, oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. And so that's the main point that I'm getting at.
Actually, that might be too confusing. It looks like Nick and I are going head to head, and that's not what I'm looking for either. Here we go. All right, so my issue is not so much that the Haya Hava issue is something that you need to have. You need to have a basic understanding of Hebrew, or you need to speak Hebrew in order to understand the issue. There are materials out there that people can read, people can use, people can rely on, and I'm okay with Nick saying that he feels like the issue that he's not being understood is because I don't speak Hebrew well enough, but I don't think that's the main issue. So I'll just, let me share this tab instead. Just kind of walk Nick through this briefly. The issue that I'm raising is, this is the Tetragrammaton. This is the Blue Letter Bible website.
I would just say from what I've seen last time, I know I've put go to Blue Letter Bible, but all I've done is I've gone through, put a whole bunch of material there. Then I'm like, okay, so okay, the Blue Letter Bible seems to have all this material there. Let's go through it. Where clearly in the other videos, I've shown the Haya Hava link there. And even just talking about this point here, I've got like the etymological links to Jehovah's Hava and Haya can be clearly seen here. Okay. So that's when I'm talking about Google Docs. Sorry, Google Translate and Haya and Hava. Now, I guess if I just grab all this, throw it into Translate. Was Haya was Haya, which Asher. It says passion there, but that's Hova or Hava. I can't see. Has it got the hole on? I can't really see it. Let's go bigger. It does have the hole on, that little dot. It's just like an O, or it comes from W. Asher here was Haya. So it just depends on the Patak, Asher, Hova. So yeah, if we go through this and we're like, okay, Google Translate, let's look at this. But here you have in the Triadic Declaration, Hava and Haya interchangeably used in these verses, showing that they mean was the past tense, the present tense, sometimes the future tense. Now it's not really reflecting it that well in Google Translate here, but we just know what these verses say. It's the one which was and is to come. Like say Revelation, I think it's 4:8 is the clearest one of the one which was. So that's Haya. Is Haya. It's just got the different vowel pointings. So, but it's got the same consonants. And so this has a Patak, and I think it's a Seagull. And at the end it has Haya as well. So it's interesting. Haya, Haya, Haya. But this one here has Hova. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like for Hebrews going through, the first one has Hova, Haya, and then Haya. And because of the vowel pointing, one is present tense and one is future tense. So very interesting. And when we look at the future tense in Aya, Asha, Aya, in I am, if we just see the Aleph there as being sort of like a conjunction or something like that, it's just prefixed to the Haya there. We can see it's exactly the same word, but this means is to come. But here it means but the was, the is, and is to come. It means is and is to come. It means both. And it's the same word. And it's like, it's very fascinating to me. And that's all I'm saying. Someone who knows Hebrew, they would read through this, see these links to Haya, Hava in these names, which is the etymological root of Jehovah. And so And then it's translated as I am. Yeah. And so we got the future form. And so that's why sometimes people going through this sort of stuff like Coverdale, they were looking at all this going, well, here it's translated as the future. You know, I understand this is a Hebrew New Testament. So, but I find that very fascinating, very interesting. And so I've just put all that information there so everyone can go through it and check it out for themselves. Now, I hope that I've put all the correct dots and tittles all in their right place, but that looks like Yahya there. So when we go through, it has the yod there. So that's why I've spaced it out, because here it's hard to see the pattern. It's Yahya. So that yod might be the one that actually makes that the future form, where this va it's like a V or a W. So it's like Asha Haya wa Asha wi Haya. Anyway, it's interesting. I think if I was picking up Hebrew again, I'd love to maybe memorize those and go through and make sure I've got each word down properly, and going through Google Translate and just getting that means was there, but later on it means something else, and it's very interesting. And I guess too, it might just be the way that I have copied that over. If I copy it in that way, it might be different. And it will be. So if I separate that, will be, was, it says passion there, but present tense. Will be, was, and present tense. Very interesting. Okay, let's continue with the video.
It's not, especially.
So, I mean, I've put Blue Letter Bible as a reference, but even here we got Haya here. When you go to Haya, they have a link to Hova. It says, Yehovah from Haya. Okay. And so Haya and Hova, they seem like they're basically the same word, but one is a future tense and one is a present tense. So
authoritative, more than other websites or something like that. Just a handy, convenient website. And you can see this has a transliteration that's very friendly.
So I'll just see if I can find one that's, let's see. Jehovah, Hebrew, Strong's. Well, Blue Letter Bible comes up first. Bible Hub. Okay, maybe. Okay. Okay, Yehovah. So this is Haya here. And this is Hova here. So it's just talking in the difference between a Hithel and a Qual. So, I think we've been down this path before. I guess it is hard to find a website that adequately explains this for the average Joe Blow. Anyway, I probably won't venture down there today.
Towards the Jehovah pronunciation. Yehovah is just an older pronunciation of the same thing. And you can see it has Yehovah here. Sounds a little bit weird to our ears. You might be able to play the audio here.
Strong's H 3068. Yehovah.
So,
Yehovah.
So if you can hear that, I don't know if it shares that audio through or not, but in any event, that's the that's what they say this tetragrammaton should sound like. So they're not a Yahweh supportive page, but you can see that when you come down into the discussion, you have a Strong's definition, and it does say that it comes from Strong's 1961, H 1961, and that's Haya, as opposed to 1933, which is Hava. So I don't think this is a matter of not speaking Hebrew, but I will agree to this.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was like my first video, perhaps. I did go in depth into this, and I think I searched for like an hour, going through everything, and just sort of, it was like, there you go. And see, what the reason why I'm saying it's about knowing the language. It's a bit like looking at the words them and they, or something like that. Look very much the same. Sometimes they can be used interchangeably, but there is a little bit of a difference. And it's like, man, explaining this type of stuff, if I was to explain, the future form of an Urdu word and the present form of an Urdu word, you'd be like, I have to do a lot of explaining. Okay. So that's why I'm saying for Hebrew, fluent speaking Hebrew people, that this is just elementary. Yeah. So anyway.
The point that he's raising, that the two words might have some relationship. In other words, that there are people out there who make the argument. I don't know the credentials or the experience or anything else of these people. I think this is one of the sites that he provided either in his video or elsewhere, but you can see it's this Byram Publications, and it calls itself a biblical dictionary with the Old Testament Hebrew words. It seems to have some kind of Christian basis, not an unbelieving Jewish basis. But in any event, it kind of goes through, and it has the Haya here, and then it has Hava here, Hava 1 and Hava 2. And it explains the differences, and it argues, I think it's here, it argues that the Hava, I think it might be here, I may be wrong where I found it. But in any event, this one says, many scholars believe the name of the Lord was derived from this verb, whereas if you look in Strong's, which we were just looking at, it says that it was derived from the verb on top. But of course, there's some question about whether Haya is just like a more modern, I say more modern, but like from after the time of Moses, more modern version of the same word, and that Hava is just like an older form, an archaic form of Haya, something like that. Some general statement like that. So ultimately, it may not be a big deal. My other concern is that in its lexical form.
So yeah, I do go through that. So basically, what I would encourage, if TurretinFan's still can't see this, I would just go. I would write out your concerns and send it to someone who speaks fluent Hebrew, and say, "Can you tell me this?" Or take a screenshot of this. So this is saying the etymological link is to here. My friend is saying there's an etymological link to Hava. Is he right? Is this site wrong or too simplistic? Because maybe the root word etymology, maybe because it's saying compare this, okay? So maybe there is, maybe that's a caveat for like, okay, just go to there and it will show you, because some words are linked back. There might be 10 words that are all linked back to one definition. So this one definition might be this, or it might be, it might go back to here, but I'm just sort of trying to figure out why they just did that and why they didn't have two, because I know that in a lot of books, like say in Spiros Haetes' Greek, he has lots of different definitions, and it'll say where the etymological link is, and sometimes he's got two or three places where you can go back. It derived from this, this, and this. And so just trying to find an example. So yeah, it's all in almost every single one of them. So I'll just go big for a sec. Spiros Haetes. So we can see, whoops, they're derived from 77 and 1159. So, or maybe it's a compound of two words there, but sometimes it is just a single word and it's just got several derivations, and it's just sort of saying, look at this, and this is saying, compare that. Go to Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. All right, so if I go to, or even if I go there, a primitive root, compare that. Okay, so let's go back through. Okay, so it's just a loop, you end up stuck there. Here it's got a primitive root, compare that and that. So that's hover. Okay. Other, which is a verb, lust to covet, blah, blah, blah. So the root word etymology just says a primitive root. Okay. I would just suggest go somewhere else than Blue Letter Bible, because it just seems like we just keep going back to this one and it doesn't seem adequate, So anyway, that's what I would do, or write to someone who's completely fluent in Hebrew. Say, well, my friend is saying that Jehovah comes from comes from Hava, but the dictionary says it comes from Haya. What's the link between these words? Are these words linked together? And they should be able to point you in the right direction.
Haya just means to be. Now, Nick may explain,
but we can clearly see that it means to be. But as I was just showing you in Hata, it means is to come as well.
This in a way that I just didn't catch, but I think that what Nick was aiming at broadly was, let's see if we can find it. It would be Exodus 3:14. I don't know how long it will take me to get there. Scrolling individually, let's see. Exodus 3:14. Actually, this is not the way to do it. Well, maybe this is fine. Exodus 3:14. So in Exodus 3:14, if you go into the Hebrew text, the Masoretic text of Exodus 3:14 in the Hebrew language, the original, you can see that it calls God Elohim, and it says, Elohim said unto Moses, I am, and it uses this Haya. So this is why I hold to the fact that the etymology, even if other people say it's from Hava, I would hold that it's from Haya because of this. This Exodus 3:14 is the basis for the name. So that is what it is. That said, here, I don't know if it's showing up well, but here you can see that there's a parsing of this I am, the way that it's here. And you can see, if you look, that I don't know if it's because of the way it's popping up, it may not be visible. But if you look at the letters, it says HV, Q, little I, 1 CS. And that stands for, Hebrew is the H, V is verb, Q is call, I think it's pronounced call, QAL. Imperfect is the I, first person is the one, C is common as is singular. So it's a first person singular imperfect it's the qual form. Qual, if I recall correctly, that just means the plain form. But I could be mistaken. I don't claim to be an expert in Hebrew. I don't think this hangs on my Hebrew expertise. But what's interesting here is that in this place, the verb form is imperfect as opposed to being present. We say I am. In English, normally, that's a present tense. But in fact, the Hebrew here is imperfect. Now, I don't understand why Nick just doesn't say it that way, but maybe he does, and I didn't read it properly. So that may be on me.
Well, I didn't think it really needed to be said. And I think the main point that I was making was that in most old literature, the link is to hava, but then it's also linked to haya. And then you have the I am being linked to haya. Then in the Triadic Declaration, you have the link to haya and hava. And so, at the end of the day, it's like we're sort of basically just looking at different aspects of past, present, and future, which is the building blocks of all language. Like if you get Pimsleur's, learn whatever language, one of the first things they'll do is say, okay, this is the past, this is the present, and this is the future form of a verb. And so this would be the basic learning, the basic building blocks of the Hebrew language, the past, present, and future, to know this stuff. And so that's the reason why I'm saying people who read Hebrew, to them, it's just elementary. And I'll just see if I can grab my book again. Not that one. Not that one. I might just shut some of that down. Might keep that one open. Don't need that one open. I might have accidentally shut my book down. No, there it is. I just had it under Google Translate. Because even what Turretin's looking at here, the haya there, we can see it's used here. Okay. We can see it's used here with the same points. So that's I am. So be the one which is and which was. And so, so was and is, I guess that would be. So the I am. But this one is hava. So that's the main point that I'm making, is the link between Jehovah and I am is usually just coming from looking at something from objectively to subjectively. You're looking at the I am, you're saying, or God himself is saying I am. We say, God, you are. You hava, to be, to exist. The haya seems to be a future form of that, but it can be translated as I am, which is interesting. I don't understand why, but it's, these are just the nuances of the Hebrew language. And so sometimes haya can be the present. Haya can, with the different pointing, can be in the future. So you can see all these future ones have that pointing. But this one here has the exact same pointing. So that's where I'm like, and this one here that's hover. So that's where I'm like, okay, well, I guess it depends on what these letters represent to a Hebrew speaker. So all I'm showing is that these are simple building blocks of past, present, and future. I am has to do with the past, present, and future. Jehovah has to do with the past, present, and future. And it seems like all these things are linked. Now, if like trying to describe that coming from someone who's Anglo-centric, and to explain it to other people who are Anglo-centric, it can be difficult. But I think I I think I do enough here so that people can do further research and go through these and go, okay, well, that's talking about the future. That's talking about the past or the present. This is talking about the past or the present. Okay, so we've got hover and we've got hover linked in amongst all of this. And we just have different variants of hover and hover. And but there is etymological links to hover. So that's what I say here. The etymological links to Jehovah's hover and haya can be clearly seen here.
Or maybe it's, as he said, maybe it's because I don't get Hebrew because I'm not a native Hebrew speaker or whatever it is. But in any event, what makes that interesting is that a lot of people will point out that the imperfect in Hebrew usually has, there's actually another page, there's a special page here in the same Blue Letter Bible website you can go to. Again, this just talks about the imperfect tense, and it's talking about the Hebrew imperfect, not the Greek. Although, yeah, in any event, the imperfect tense is translated in Hebrew most often as a future tense. Now, personally, I thought this would, if I were rewriting Nick's book, I think I would probably start off with this point to explain why Miles Coverdale and others have I shall be what I shall be, because it's imperfect, and that's often translated as future tense. However, as they go on to explain, in reality, what's being expressed is an incomplete condition, which is what the future tense indicates. So the idea behind using imperfect here is to express the continuity of God's existence. So that's why I'm still comfortable with the King James Version translation here. I don't need to go to the Miles Coverdale and say this is I will be that I will be. I'm okay with I am that I am, because although it's not giving exactly the nuance of the Hebrew, it's an accurate translation, especially when it's clear that this is a name. And it's clear that it's a name because he says, "You shall say unto the children of Israel, I am has sent me unto you." And this creates a grammatical solecism, because I am has sent me unto you isn't grammatically correct. But because it's being used as a name, that's why that trumps this use of a verb, as though in a way that a verb shouldn't be used according to the rules of grammar. That said, this I am here is a name of God. I am has sent me. Now, that's the derivation for the name of the Lord, the Tetragrammaton. That is not.
And like, I guess you can say it that way, or you can just read the verse before. It says, "What is his name? What shall I say unto them?" So it's talking about the name.
Not an undisputed point. There are many, many studies on Exodus 3:14. It's a hotly debated issue, but it is a Kal imperfect first-person form. Generally, that it relates to, in general, that relates to this future. However, when it comes to the verb to be, that is not necessarily the case. However, even if you go and you read there's an interesting thesis out there that I found, and the thesis, actually, I can probably share this screen as well. The thesis comes to, let's see, here we go, share this tab. So this is here's the link if anyone's interested in the link, but the thesis goes on to say, after surveying all of the uses of the verb to be in the imperfect, and it says there remains one verse in which the imperfect of haya occurs 3 times and which hasn't yet been mentioned. It's not really been possible to incorporate it within any of the existing subdivisions of the verb's use, although one can be sure that it is an expression of existence and not a copula or transitional usage. The verse in question is Exodus 3:14, containing as it does the verb to be as the divine name. Then he says, as this is not a theological discourse, the major problems surrounding the verb and its meaning are not of immediate concern. With reference to the present study, however, suffice it to say that its rendering as a future tense is held to be a more accurate and consistent one in view of the observed usage of haya. Again, though, although that is his conclusion, the reason I don't go with that is because the Septuagint uses, and I think you can see it here, or hopefully you can see it here. I may have to play around a little bit here. You can see the Septuagint here has, where is it? Here it is. Ego ami o on. Ho on. Ego ami ho on. Which is to say, there's various ways this can be translated, but this means I am the existing. And in a shorter form, it's just referring to as I am. Here, it's the existing. Sorry for all this parsing pop-up, but it's just the existing. But later on in the New Testament, when Jesus says, "Before Abraham was, I am," he uses ego, I me. So, given that Jesus translates it that way and uses it to refer to himself in Greek as I am, not I will be, not I shall be, not I was. That's my reason for agreeing with the King James translation here, even though, as I said, it's not perfectly the same thing. And I would argue that even the Greek is not perfectly a translation of the Hebrew because it doesn't exactly convey this sense. But I think it's okay to have an inexact, reasonable translation. So that's where I stand. On that point, let's see if there's anything else I wanted to address at this point. I have some link to Jusenius. But the quotation that I have in mind there is just, it says, the imperfect as opposed to the perfect represents actions, events, or states which are regarded by the speaker at any moment as still continuing or in process of accomplishment or even just taking place. So that is an interesting point. I also happen to find under this same section of consideration, this fascinating article says it was originally published in 1910 from the Museum Journal, Volume 1, Number 2, and it says the pronunciation of the ineffable name according to a Jewish text in the museum. And looking at this article is now over 100 years old. It was actually interesting to look at it. I hadn't remembered seeing this article before, but it mentions that a tradition of pronunciation survived, although the Jews in their own tradition had given up the public pronunciation of the word before the Christian era. Now, this is an interesting point. That means that before the New Testament, Jews themselves had given up the public pronunciation of...
But that wouldn't make much sense if you give up the public name of Jehovah, but then you're saying, Jehoshua, come in and have a bath. Jehoiakim, come in. And they're like, why is my name Jehoiakim? Well, you're named after... Well, you can't say it. They would be talking about it. You're named Jehonanan, you're named after Jehovah. So the whole concept that they weren't allowed to say it, I think that's a modern Jewish thing. And even say in this article here, straight away you see this iota, alpha, vita, epsilon, which they would say is Yahweh, which I pointed out in a footnote in my book, which could be Yahweh, but it's Greek. It's not the Hebrew language, and so things brought over in Greek, like Jehoshua or Joshua or Yoshua, is Jesus in Greek. And so when we're looking for pronunciation guides, you probably wouldn't just go with the Greek. I know Theodoret was saying he was talking about the 4 letters and the tetragrammaton and things like that, but we would usually just go with the Hebrew. I don't understand why we would, like, if I was looking for the English pronunciation of, a certain king or something like that, you might go to related Germanic languages and things like that. But even then, you could struggle. But you wouldn't just jump straight into Greek or Hebrew or Chinese. They say it this way, so that's the way we've got to pronounce it. It's like, so that's what I said they're doing with Yahweh,
of the Tetragrammaton. And I've seen this a little bit in at least one writing of that era, but in this case, it mentions that there's a tradition of pronunciation that survived, and it did so in unorthodox quarters. It says the Greek fathers Theodoret and Epiphanius report that the Samaritans maintained the pronunciation as Yahweh, and the present writer has discovered, that's the writer, when he says the present writer, it means the writer of this article, says he has discovered in a Samaritan document of the beginning of the 19th century an Arabic transcription of the name, which is to be pronounced Yahweh or Yahweh. Similar forms are also found in early magical and Gnostic papyri. And the significance of that is that the use of the name properly pronounced is thought to have significant power. So that's the sort of place one might expect to find these names spelled out, and this is the allegation here. And it says, on the basis of such traditions and on philological grounds, the modern scientific pronunciation of Yahweh, generally though erroneously in English spelled Yahweh. So this spelling with a J is viewed as erroneous because in English the J very seldom has a Y sound. Although in Germany, where this word was presumably coined, it does have a Y sound. If you think of things like Yahweh and other Germanic words with a J, the Germanic J has a soft sound, not the hard sound that it had, not the French hard sound like jardin. So you'll notice that he's highlighted in the image some of the words from the inside of this bull, and it says the bull showing the ineffable name. And he has been deciphering the collection of Jewish, in quotation marks, incantation bulls in the museum, and he says he found a text for the first time in the Judaistic field, which represents a pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. So in the bull, there's read an adjuration that the evil spirits shall not appear to a certain man and his wife. So it's kind of an exorcism task, and so you can understand the need for this as having, it's called an incantation, a Hebrew incantation. So this is a reason why a name that should normally not be pronounced is going to be pronounced. It's because they're trying to call on the power of the name to accomplish something. The man's name in the Aramaic, and the characters are in the Jewish square script, is, I can't read this myself, but it says the son of Mami. So I assume that's Ben Mami, but I don't know. His wife's name is Ispan Darmed, daughter of something, but that name is mutilated. He says he mentions these circumstances in order to indicate that we're dealing with an actual person's name, not with some arbitrary magical formula. And the man's name that he transcribed above in Hebrew characters is one that can't be immediately explained through Semitic or Iranian philology. Most of the names in the bulls are Persian. The first four characters, however, are naturally read Berik, Aramaic for blessed. This suggests good Jewish names like Baruch, the Hebrew equivalent of the Aramaic form, Berechiah, and so forth. But the typical Jewish name, like ancient Semitic names in general, contains a divine element in composition. Berechiah is Berek Yahu, or Yah, or meaning Yahu has blessed. Yahu being an earlier form of Yahweh, or its contraction. So he doesn't get into whether Yahu is an earlier form or contraction. He just throws that out there. Remember, this is 100 years ago as well. Baruch or Berik, likewise blessed of Yahu. We expect then, after our first component blessed, the divine name. Now, the simplest reading of the 5 following characters, the vowels are not supplied, gives Yahweh, but B was probably soft, and the transliteration might be more exactly represented by Yahweh. This is the Yahweh or Yahweh, as it's also spelled, of modern critical science. Modern, of course, 1910s. So how did the exorcist come to spell out this divine name in the composition of a personal name? No Jew of that period, this was the 6th or 7th century before Christ, pronounced that name, nor any name composition in the Old Testament, nor in any.
So no Jew pronounced that name, but it's all through the Bible. It's all throughout their theophoric names. It's just a myth that back then they didn't pronounce the name.
Name composition in the Old Testament is the Tetragrammaton itself used. It's represented by Yeho or Yahu or Yah. His theory, the theory of this author, is to explain this peculiar phenomena in this way. The name of the exorcist's client was Baruch or Berik or Berechiah or the like, but in spelling the name, the exorcist has, by a jus d'esprit, spelled it out. He has expressed the pronunciation of the ineffable name because of its magical potency. That's the theory. He says, as it were, he confronts the devils with his happy etymology. You cannot touch this man, for his very name is a talisman. I'll pronounce that name for you, and when you hear it, you'll tremble and flee. To be sure, only a mighty conjurer would dare to express the magical energy latent in an ordinary name. Now, plays on names are most common in Semitic antiquity, such as Jesus' play on Peter equals stone. But in the present case, the conjurer was giving the veritable etymology of the word. Of course, this wasn't orthodox. Did the conjurer get this knowledge from an esoteric Jewish tradition, or did it come to him by way of Greek magic? This theory would explain the B as the third letter in the name, if you compare iota, alpha, beta, epsilon. However this may be, he knows enough to interpret correctly and practically a Jewish name which was charged with magic potency. It may be added that in others of these texts, the author says he has already discovered the same combination in connections requiring that it should be understood as a divine name, and had already proposed that it's nothing other than Yahweh. So just an interesting factoid, an interesting additional support of the name of God. This is allegedly from the 6th or 7th century BC, which would make it the kind of oldest spelling out of the name. Let me jump from here to a new spot in the video. This is almost to the end of the video. Actually, I can just, no, I'll do it the hard way. I apologize if people are commenting. I have that part of the screen blocked at the moment, but I will, God willing, I'll come back to it. Let's see. So I'll share this tab instead. And here we go. So this is still this part 1, and we're now at the 4-hour 23 mark, so almost at the very end.
They translated all occurrences of Aya in this way. So Victor P. Hamilton, so this is a bit I want to show you.
So Victor P. Hamilton is introduced without explaining who he is or where this came from. Maybe we'll come back to that question, but he's a relatively modern scholar. I think he's recent. I think he's still alive and retired or something like that. He may not be alive, I'm not sure, but I believe that what I found indicated that he was a retired professor now. So these are fairly recent materials that he's come up with, not something from ancient times or anything like that. But you'll notice what he's highlighted on the screen. I don't know if it's big enough for you to read, but he says some legitimate translations, and then he lists, I am who I am who I shall be. And then, so you see he's highlighted a bunch of these, and he tends to have highlighted in the text the shall be over and over and over again. And this is material that's found at page, maybe hard for me to find this again. Hopefully I can find it quickly. If not, I'll just say that it's found earlier in the book. I think it's under, where is it? I thought it was in the first chapter. I'll just double check and see if I can find it quickly. Yes, here it is. Page 47 in chapter 1, sort of towards the bottom of the page. And he introduces it in the book by saying that they chose to replace the words ego and me with esomai, which is to replace the words I am with I will be. The they he's referring to are Aquila and Theodotion, who are Christians who came up with additional translations of the Old Testament from Hebrew to Greek. So instead of translating with I am in Exodus 3:14, they used esomai, according to Nick. I haven't verified this. But in any event, then after this, he quotes this material from Victor P. Hamilton. So let's continue with that.
Suggest some legitimate translations. Now there's 9 here. I am who I am. So these are legitimate translations of the Hebrew I am who I am. Most Bibles go with it. I am who I was. I am who I shall be. I was who I am. I was who I was. I was who I shall be. I shall be who I am. I shall be who I was. I shall be who I shall be. And to me, this thing, it sort of blew my mind in a way, but it also showed me, notice it doesn't say, I am who I, like the whole thing of who was and is to come. Is to come is not shall be or will be. It's the second coming of Christ.
So I'm not going to comment on whether it has anything to do with the second coming of Christ, but I would just point out that I did get a chance to look at some of the material provided.
I guess my point there, just as a side note, is that, who was and is to come, which is an event. It's like, I was in the past, you're talking about the past, talking about the present, and then talking about Christmas. It's like talking about an event, not talking about just generally in the future, which like Revelation 16:5 generally talks about shall be, existence in the future.
By Victor P. Hamilton. He has written some books in this. He is a scholar in the field. In his handbook on the Pentateuch, page 150, discussing Exodus 1-6, you'll notice that it says, out of God's response comes God's own name, Yahweh. Or as it's often called, the Tetragrammaton is composed of 4 Hebrew letters, Yod, He, Waw, He. The number of biblical scholars who have addressed themselves to this issue is legion. So not just is it popular among...
So I think probably the reason why TurretinFan's going through this is, because this guy says it's Yahweh. And so this is one of the things that I guess does constantly come up, where like you'll get a scholar and you'll go through and go, oh, they've got a good point there, but they think the name is this or whatever, or they go with a critical texter. So the main point is I'm using modern scholarship to show James White these type of things. If I could have probably gutted what he said and worded it completely different, but said pretty much the same thing about, I was who I was who I am, I was who I shall be, all that sort of stuff, and given no reference to anyone. And it's still just a general type of truth. But for someone like James White, who I thought was going to read through the book and study it, because he told me to, go through and study his book, so I did. Here you go, James. I've done my homework. Have a look. And he refuses to ever read it. So, yeah, I would have thought that he would have gone through and go, oh, yeah, Victor P. Hamilton, I think it was. He's a credible guy according to James White's school. So he said this thing, so that tends to go with Nick's argument. Now, one thing I had with Stephen Boyce, if I had said something, if I said, oh, well, Elijah Hixson actually on this one point agrees with me, he would go, Elijah Hixson doesn't agree with you on everything. And it's like, I never said everything. I said one point. And he even wrote to Elijah Hixson and to Timothy Berg, I think, at one stage, and said, Nick Sayers is saying this and that, and it was just all lies. I'd never said that. I said, on this one point or on this thing, they're in agreement. And he must have, I don't know, been reading on his, I always give the benefit of the doubt. He must have just been reading on his phone and skipped what I said or whatever, but it's like, no, he was just lying. He's just, I just shake my head at a guy like that. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. But so one of the things is, I guess, out of the response comes God's own name, Yahweh. I wouldn't, I guess, to ignore all the theophoric names of Yeho, and then sort of just go to the Yahweh because of the Greek or because of Jusinius, saying it's related to Jupiter and things like that. I just can't see where are they getting Yahweh from in the Hebrew. That's the whole thing that I'm pointing at. They're getting it from other sources.
Me and Nick, but Hebrew scholars, which I'm not one of those people, have addressed themselves to this issue. For beginners, we can take this as the third person singular imperfect form of the verb. And you notice that he does this W/Y. That's because it's either hava or haya. And he's not sure which one. He says to be. It's the third person singular.
So to clear up that whole thing, which I did lots on in my first video, and we've talked about it in this video, the hawa or haya. So that issue is still, like, when you look at the Reformation Bibles, they were like, oh, Coverdale, it should be shall be. Others like, no, it should be I am. Other people have I was, who I was, so even these translators are all over the place with a lot of that stuff. Now, I think I am is perfectly fine, but that's the reason I pointed all that out. And so even, say, someone like Jan Krantz, he can't see the past, present, and future in the Ethiopic there, when clearly it's in every triadic declaration, unless he's willing to say that every triadic declaration in the Ethiopic is totally butchered. Those two words represent three actions, or three, the past, present, and future. Not actions, but states.
Imperfect form of the verb to be. That is, he is, or he will be. The rendering in verse 14 of Ea Asher Ea is usually I am who I am. Although a few scholars have suggested that the phrase is the third person, not first person, and should read instead, he is who he is. Well, what's the significance of God's answer? Is it an evasion? Is it an abasement of Moses, who has no more right to ask the holy name than did Jacob? The point of verse 14b, say this to the people of Israel, I am, has sent me to you, demonstrates that the answer is not an evasion. This is a sufficient and satisfying answer for Moses to give the people if the issue is ever broached. In Hebrew syntax, when the verb in the subordinate clause is the same as the verb in the principal clause, two possible translations present themselves. And that is what one has here. I am who I am. To illustrate, Exodus 4:13 says, send whom thou wilt send. That is, send someone else, anybody except myself. 1 Samuel 22:13 says, David and his men arose and departed, and they went where they went, or they went wherever they could go. In these latter two illustrations, the speaker in one and the writer in the other are deliberately general. Relating then this idiom to 3:14, this Martin Noth, someone else, not the author of, not Victor Hamilton, obviously, says that the kind of indefiniteness is expressed, which leaves open a large number of possibilities. I am whatever I mean to be. Not sure that's the most literal translation, but that's how Noth takes it. The same idiom can convey not only indeterminacy, but also intensity and actuality. And you can see in this sense then, I am who I am means I am there with you wherever you are, I really am. And he says something of this nuance is suggested by the Septuagint's translation of the phrase as I am the one who is. So to return again to the Hebrew syntax, the subject of the relative clause must be the same in number and gender as at the principal clause. Thus it literally reads, I am the Lord your God, who I brought you out of the land of Egypt. That's Exodus 20 verse 2. In English syntax, of course, who alone would be the subject of the verb, but in Hebrew, who is only a connecting word, joining a principal and subordinate clause. So then, exact English equivalent of I am who I am is I am he who is. And because he is present, even in the imbroglio in Egypt. I'm not sure of that imbroglio, if that's the right pronunciation, or if it's imbroglio or something else. Anyway, the mess in Egypt. So this is what he has to say in this handbook on the Pentateuch. Now, I didn't check the dates of it. I was a little bit puzzled because that's not quite what Nick has quoted here. And I'm certain that Nick wouldn't make it up. So I kept looking, and I did find his exegetical commentary on Exodus, a different book, not the handbook on the Pentateuch, but an exegetical commentary on Exodus. So remember, the other comments were for the beginner. Now we are getting something that's presumably for the more advanced readers. And there's some question about whether Moses himself knew God's name. And then the second issue, the one that's the big one, is how to render Eya, Asher, Eya. And the traditional way is I am who I am. But that's just one of several literal translations of the Hebrew. And this term is, as we said, some of the parts of this are very similar. And then he says, let's go with who and suggest some legitimate translations. And here he's going to use lowercase letters. So he gives these 9 translations, which he identifies as legitimate. And then he says, for that matter, how should we translate Hayat back into verse 12, I will be with you, or I am with you, promise or present reality? And there's very, very few places in the Hebrew Bible where this is a name for God. He cites this, I thought there's one place in Isaiah as well that may have it. He doesn't mention that here. But anyway, he cites Hosea 1:9b as a possibility. And another place is Psalm 50:21b, where he uses it of himself, possibly. It's still debated. He says it's still debated to what degree Jesus' I am statements throughout the Gospel of John are inspired by Exodus 3:14. He says how, I like the way he puts this. First of all, maybe it is just debated, but I don't find that debate particularly compelling. I think it's pretty clear that it is inspired by this. But be that as it may, he says it's unlikely, however, that the pathological anger that Jesus is before Abraham was, I am, produces in his hearers is generated by their fuming over his grammatical gaffe. He does not even know how to parse the verb be. Let's kill him. That is definitely not what their issue was. So I think, Hamilton is making an excellent point in an amusing way. So when he says, in Matthew, he says, yes, it's as you say. In Mark 14:62, he responds, I am. And in Luke 22:7, his response is, you are right in saying, I am. And therefore, and then it says in Exodus 3:15, God shifts when giving his name from the first person to the much more familiar third person, which would be, yeah. He was, is, will be. But that's not the form used here. Rather, it is Yod, He, Wow, He, Jehovah / Yahweh / Lord. Scholars refer to this name as the Tetragrammaton or the tetragram or the Tetragrammaton because it's 4 consonants. And I'll point out later, this is a very old term for that, not a modern term. But what vowels should go with it and how it was pronounced or should be pronounced seem to be anybody's guess, if there ever was a known accepted pronunciation. And a number of names in the Old Testament are simply third person, masculine, singular, imperfect verbs, such as Isaac, Jacob, Jephthah, unlike Heya, which occurs as a name of God once in the Old Testament, or maybe 3 times. Yod-He, Waw-He appears 6,823 times. The modern biblical scholarship encourages the pronunciation as Yahweh rather than the traditional Jehovah. One reason for this, at least for the proper name's first part, is the number of names that end in Yah. So understood, the name Yahweh is a third person masculine singular verb, like the verbal names above, and in the Hiphil stem. Hence its meaning is he causes to be what is. But he says there's some problems with this reading. First, we don't have any uses of the Hiphil stem of Haya anywhere in the Hebrew Bible, which I find fascinating. I don't know if he takes that as an argument against it. That might take it as an argument for it. If this is a name reserved for God, that would explain the absence of those uses elsewhere. But again, he says if this is the correct reading of the Tetragrammaton, shouldn't have been Haya, Asher Haya, I will cause to be what I will cause to be, rather than Haya, Asher Haya. Finally, such a reading completely ignores the context in which God speaks to Moses of his name. Moses is to go back to Egypt and tell his people who are being abused by the Egyptians, and there's no end in sight, that God is the one who causes to be what is. Now, for Hamilton, that's a problem, not for me. But again, I would say the short point of all of this is that there's arguments to be made on various sides. Another question is whether this is an evasion or not. If you remember from the previous discussion, he doesn't think that it was an evasion, and he addresses these other occasions. So he goes with the idea that God's answer is a real answer, and it applies more than just God's existence, which he says here, he says the Septuagint has it as I'm the one who is, or I'm the existing one. More than ontology is at stake. He suggests that the dominant idea is presence. So he wants to say that for God is I will be what I will be, and I will be what I need to be for you, which is very non-literal, but the idea that Hamilton takes from this is that this idea of presence. I will pause there in terms of sharing that to go back to sharing this. Actually, I don't know if was I sharing the other screen or not. Maybe not. Apologize if I'm sharing the wrong things. In any event, I'm reading the correct material. And what I'm coming to here is part 2 of Nick's response. We are not 4 hours in, we're just 1 hour in, and we've already addressed one of his 4.5 hour responses.
So I guess in all that, I've got written here the footnote for that is Exodus, an exegetical commentary by Victor P. Hamilton, page 64, Baker Books, November 2011, 752 pages. So I guess what TurretinFan's was just showing there was it's not actually there, but it's somewhere else. So it might be just a bit of a footnote issue. But apart from that, I'm pretty sure we're in agreement, except for, the Hamilton guy was sort of saying, we'll never really know what the name is. And to me, it's just elementary when it's Jehoshaphat, Jehoiakim, all those Jeho names that, they said it, regardless of what scholarship says. So if you just, every time the scholars say that, just question and go, why are they saying it? Well, they're saying it because the generation before said it, and then the generation before, and then some dude made it up. And maybe it's a traditional thing in Jewish culture today, or maybe it's been around in Jewish culture for quite a long time. But that type of notion that they never said it's the ineffable name and all this sort of stuff, that's just totally bogus. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever to have. It's like saying they never mentioned the name of Jesus in Mexico, and it's like, oh, your uncle's called Jesus. It's like, yeah, but that's different, Well, when he says, who am I named after? It's like, oh, we can't say that name. So, but you just said it, It's like, it just doesn't make any logical sense. And I think that's the thing, is sometimes you can get all technical on all, the vowel pointing of Adonai and Elohim. But I mean, my take is that Jehovah came first. Elohim and Adonai were most probably from Jehovah, and the vowel pointings were from Jehovah rather than the other way around. And so that's why you have those different elements there, rather than, we have the name Jehovah and we've borrowed these vowel points. It just seems to be a coincidence that we've named all these people Jeho something, when you look at the usage usually trumps the lexical usage, or the lexical definition. That's why I always put as many examples as I possibly can, rather than just go with a lexicon and just go with grammatical information. I like to put it in context, because the historical context of the theophoric names completely writes off the most modern day grammars on Jehovah. Always you may be accompted. That's very interesting. I haven't noticed that before. So anyway, this looks like the normal King James. I'll read it from there. Watch ye therefore and pray always that you may be accompted, worthy to escape all these things.
So he mentions this accompted, and this is really more of just a curiosity, but the accompted is simply an older version of accounted. Here's from Etymology Online. You'll see there's some brief point in here about that, where is it somewhere? The spellings accompt or accomptable are artificial forms used not prevailingly in the 16th and 17th centuries. They are now obsolete, or nearly so, although they may be still used in a formal or legal style. And there's some more discussion of it here. And you can see in later Old French, the word was partly re-Latinized as accompter, modern French accompter, but all Frenchifying about it's just account. So when you happen to see that in your King James, you can rest assured that the 1611 on this point, it has just had the form of the word has been updated, but not the substance. So that's something that's important. All right. Next, I jumped 2 hours into the video, well, let me share that tab. So 2 hours, 7 minutes into the second part. Now I say it's the second part. You'll see at the top, it looks like it's still the first part. But as I mentioned earlier in this video, it's just, I believe, because he's accidentally labeled both parts, both the first and the second as the first. So here we go.
Was getting there. Sorry to stop and go to Wikipedia and all that. But if you go here, Gesenius, so he said that this name of Jehovah, he said it means Yahweh. And he was the first one to say that. Okay, so before that, the pronunciation of Yahweh was always to do with Jupiter. Okay, Yahweh Pita. So I go in depth, and yeah, I've got his own writings here. So it says, to give my opinion, and so see in brackets, this is Tregellus. So a lot of people would agree with Tregellus, he's a text critic, and, but I think he's correct here. Like, I would disagree with him on his anti-King James stuff. But here, so you have Gesenius, he's saying, to give my opinion, and then Tregellus is doing a interpolation here. So he translated the work of Gesenius into English, and he offered his own sort of commentary in the middle of this. So he said, this opinion, Gesenius afterwards thoroughly retracted. Okay, so the whole concept of, he said, I suppose that this is outside of the bracket, so this is Gesenius. I suppose this word to be one of the most remote antiquity, perhaps of the same origin as Jovis and Jupiter, and transferred from from the Egyptians to the Hebrews. So he's saying that this name of Yahweh is Jupiter, or the name, the Tetragrammaton is related to Jupiter, and it probably came through the Egyptians to the Hebrews. It's like, and Tregellus is like, what an idea. God himself revealed this as his own name. The Israelites could never have received it from the Egyptians. And so anyway, he basically, what he does here, he shoots himself in the foot. Now, I wrote it all out so that people would check it out. And I've got Tregellus clearly written there. But he's saying, this is the first time that they're saying the name is Yahweh. And so it's quite amazing when you go through that. So, and I don't know if TurretinFan can prove otherwise, because it's just where you get that from. And it's been thoroughly retracted. So he believed it, and then he retracted it. People went, no.
So I've let him run for a little bit here. But what I wanted you to catch, he's just said more distinctly. I'm going to back him up just a little bit and and replay what he said for like the last 10, 15 seconds.
And I don't know if TurretinFan can prove otherwise, because it's just where you get that from. And it's been thoroughly retracted. So he believed it, and then he retracted it. People went, no, the name of Jehovah comes from this, and then, probably shared some of the stuff that I've said. And so if you were to read through this, you would just come away from the whole concept of Yahweh. It's just, standing in the church yelling at Jupiter. It's bizarre. And it comes from this guy who retracted it.
So on this point, the idea of other pronunciations of the name besides Jehovah, including one, the Javeh, Javo. Now, I'm saying it with a J sound, but it would have been said with a soft sound. The challenges to this pronunciation are quite old. The pronunciation and spelling with a Y may have come up only in the 1850s, but the same pronunciation with a J predates that. This is not something that Gesenius came up with. This is something that's been around for a long time before that. As an example, here's something from, let's see if I share this tab instead. You can see this, his discussion of the name. In some place he has Jehovah. Let's see, can I easily zoom this a little bit more? No. There may be some other way. Let's see. Well, I don't see an immediate way to zoom in an effective way, but you can see my cursor, so that should be enough. So you can see this name Jehovah without the final H here, and then on the right hand side you can also see some other suggested pronunciations. Now, certainly that's predating, but it's even much older than that, because it goes back to Theodoret, it goes back to Epiphanius, it goes back to Clement of Alexandria. These pronunciations are much, much older than the 1850s. And I think, I'm not sure, I think if Nick reads more carefully what he's been writing, or what he's been copying and reading regarding what Gesenius withdrew or retracted, it was the idea that the name Jehovah came from Egypt, or it came from an Egyptian source, or a Canaanite source that predated Christianity. It came directly from God. It wasn't borrowed in from another language. It may have some similarities to some other word in some other language, but that doesn't mean it was borrowed from there, and it doesn't mean that that's the meaning of the name. I believe that we don't have to go too much farther to come to the next part that I wanted to share, but let me just jump to...
Okay, so yeah, at the end of the day, so what I'm talking about when I'm speaking about Gesenius mentioning that it is related to Jupiter, and this is where, like, I understand that the concept of the iota, alpha, beta, epsilon, which TurretinFan would pronounce Yahweh, where I have a footnote in that place in my book where I say, well, perhaps it could be Yahweh, which would be closer to Yahweh, and so, but still, it's a Greek pronunciation. So when you go through, this is obviously all written in Latin here. But yeah, so he's sort of like, okay, well, this Yahweh has been around for a long time. But what I'm saying is that the relationship between Jupiter and the Tetragrammaton, this type of thing, is where Gesenius comes in. Okay, so if we were to look back at the Septuagint quotations or Theodoret or whoever's quoting this back in the early church writings, and they've said, okay, the Greek pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton, this is how we think it's pronounced, like this, and so we're not sure how they actually pronounce that, and we're not sure if they've got a Greek spin on that either. It could be phonetic, but we're not really sure about the phonetic implications of that. So why I'm saying that is we should just go with the Hebrew. The Hebrew is pretty clear. Jehovah, it's got those words in it. So, or those specific letters in it, Jehovah. That's what it just says in the text. So people having this mindset that we've got to get Jehovah. And when you read it, you never, because modern Jews, they just go Adonai, or they say Hashem, the name, or they replace it. They look at it and just replace it when they're speaking. So if you go to a Jewish synagogue, they won't say Jehovah, they'll say Adonai all the time. So they're constantly doing this. So when it comes to this type of concept, Yahweh, or he has Jahwe here, but however you want to pronounce it, that would be related back to the Theodoret quotation in the Greek. And so we've talked about that before. But this concept of it being related to Yahweh, Pita, to Jupiter, this is by Gesenius. So Gesenius has pointed this out. He's saying that it comes from there, that because he is clearly showing that if we have Yahweh, okay, and that is the exact pronunciation of Jupiter. So Tregellus has said, okay, this has been thoroughly retracted. So Gesenius doesn't believe it anymore. Tregellus is saying it's stupid. But at the end of the day, the exact pronunciation of Yahweh, which is Jupiter, has stuck. And that connection is there. So while this Yahweh here would have, this would have gone back to the Theodoret quotation and other things that we've looked at, the modern day concept of the iota, omicron, vita, epsilon pronunciation of Yahweh in its phonetic form is it dates back to Gesenius. So even when I'm quoting that, so I'll go to my book. Let's just go down. That's back here. So I'm specifically quoting Wikipedia. So while in context, communion is the ultimate subject, the verse applies perfectly to knowingly calling upon the name of a devil or calling our God Jupiter. Okay. So remember, no biblical individuals were named after Yahweh. Okay. So there's no theophoric names related to Yahweh. I know people put that in books and all the rest of it, but when you get down to the nitty gritties of the pronunciation, it's not Yahweh, it's Yahoo. Okay. To show how general this is, again, the bog standard basics of Wikipedia explains, the Hebrew scholar Wilhelm Gesenius suggested that the Hebrew pronunciation of Jehovah, which is transliterated into English as Yahweh, might more adequately represent the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton than the biblical Hebrew pronunciation of Jehovah. Okay, so that's Yahweh. Okay, so it's got the different vowel pointing there. from which the English name Jehovah has been derived. His proposal to read YHWH as Yahweh was based in large part, okay, so this is how it was mostly based in large part on various Greek transcriptions, such as iota, alpha, theta, epsilon, which could be Yahweh, okay, which down the bottom I say, or it could also be Yahweh, because depending on how you vocalize the alpha, but let's just say it's Yahweh, okay. Dating from the 1st century CE, but also on the forms of the theophoric names. Well, it's only on the theophoric names if you ignore the vowel pointings. Okay. In his Hebrew dictionary, Gesenius supports Yahweh, which would have been pronounced Jahweh, with the final letter being silent because of the Sumerian pronunciation Yahweh reported by Theodoret, and because the theophoric name prefixes YHW or Jeho. Let's see, it's got Jeho. It's just like, okay, and Joe. Okay, so the theophoric name suffixes Jahu and Yah. So the prefix going before, suffix going after. Okay. To me, this completely writes off the name Yahweh because it's Jeho, So anyway. The name abbreviated form YH or Yah can be derived from Yahweh. So remember, this is just a Wikipedia article. Gesenius's proposal to read Yahweh or YHWH as Yahweh is accepted as the best scholarly reconstructed vocalized Hebrew spelling of the Tetragrammaton. Okay, so he in modern times, he said that this is related. Okay, it should be Yahweh because it's related to these Greek letters here, and also it's related to, as we've mentioned, Jovis, Jupiter, Yahweh, Pitta. Okay, so he has mentioned that. So this has gained traction as the because most people logically wouldn't go, okay, well, the name of Joshua, just to say the name of Joshua in the Hebrew Bible is Jehoshua or Yehoshua. I'm trying to find the exact pronunciation. And someone just comes up and says, no, it's Jesus. It's like, oh, why would you say that? Well, that's the Greek. And now I understand that Theodoret was saying it's pronounced this way. And so, we do have a little bit of a general guideline. But at the end of the day, do we take it from Hebrew? Do we just go all the Hebrew? Let's just not listen to the Hebrews. Let's just not look at the theophoric names. Let's not go into that. Let's just go by this quotation of a Greek guy and what he thought. Now, I think it's interesting, but what Gesenius has done, he's gone, this is validated by the similarity of Yahweh Pitta. So he himself is saying that Yahweh is the name of God because of Theodoret, okay? But he's saying that this is related to the pronunciation of Yahweh Pitta. And he's saying Jovis here, which is, we've looked at that, and it can, in most dictionaries, it's just Yahweh. And this is, this is where he's going with this information. So it's a bit like me saying, okay, well, I'm just trying to think of an example. So say, for example, like the myth of the pagan Easter, okay? People saying it's from Ishtar, okay? Now, some people might have said it's from Yosta, bead, Yosta, okay? Well, it's from Yosta. It's a pagan goddess somewhere, people are like, okay, struggling with that thing. To me, that's like the Theodoret thing. It's like, okay, we've got this Yahweh thing. Perhaps it's related. But then someone comes along, a Hislop, in 1853, and he writes a book saying it's related to Ishtar, this other Phoenician goddess. It's like, oh, there's two goddesses involved now. And that's how it's related. And everyone goes, yeah, that's it. That solves it. You know, last nail in the coffin for Easter. It's a pagan thing, blah, blah, blah. And we've suffered the consequences of that to this day. So the Yahweh concept, yes, it's in the Theodoret concept, but then the relationship between that and saying it Yahweh because it's related to Jupiter, that was like, yeah, solved, problems. He's figured it out. That's amazing. And people have ran with that. So that's what I'm saying. Like to most people, you would say, is Easter a pagan festival? Yes. Why? Because it's related to a goddess. Which goddess? And most people don't realize there's two goddesses usually mentioned. There's the Yosta one, which is a European one, which probably didn't even exist. Then there's the Ishtar one, which is even in the Bible. But just because Ishtar and Easter, there's no relationship but phonetic relationship. So you have a similar thing here where you had this sort of questionable concept of it being related to Theodoret, but then you had the open door of relating it to Yahweh, Pitta, or just Yahweh. That's the name of God because they got it from the Egyptians, and it's the same origin as Yahweh. It's the same. It sounds the same. It's all the same. And so this is the type of strange thing that Gesenius was saying. And this opened the door for people to go, like before that, it might have been theologically like, oh, it could be Jehovah. Most people were Jehovah's, okay? But then it's like it's opened a bit of a door. Well, before that, they've got this trickle of Yahweh, okay? A tiny trickle, and it's like, oh, it's related to this thing. But then all of a sudden, the doors are open. It's related to Jupiter. And so people are just like, yes, it's like Easter's a pagan thing. People are like, it's related to Yahweh. So that's the name of God. Yeah, we figured it out. And so people are just like Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh everywhere, to the point, and even Tregellus is like trying to control this here. Gesenius has full on gone, actually, I retract that. It's not really true. But it's been the catalyst to cause our whole generation to go Yahweh, Yahweh. You go to Hillsong, they got Yahweh, Yahweh. And it's like, so to me, there's not really that much proof that it's Yahweh. In fact, that all the proof points to it being Yehovah something, Yehovah, would make perfect sense because that's what the vowel points say. And so you've got this, tiny little puppy feet in Theodoret, but the full wolf came when this was brought forward. So that's why I put it in the book, because if you read through it, it says, so we see that the modern concept of the name Yahweh, so the modern concept of the name Yahweh goes back to Gesenius. Not only did Samuel Prideaux Tregellus dispel the Yahweh myth, but Gesenius himself thoroughly retracted what he wrote about it. Tregellus translated the work of Gesenius into English, and the complete transcription is online. The section Gesenius writes about is written here with interpolations by the translator editor Tregellus below. So I've got that. So I wrote, as we can see, Gesenius had very little substance in his argumentation, which was merely a conjectural blunder, but he opened up the Egyptian and Latin paganism theories for the name Yahweh. Okay, so that's one of the main points. This opened that door. Alexander Hislop, when he said it's related to Ishtar, that was like, there had been a few spatterings of, it's a pagan goddess thing. This was like a slam dunk for the pagan goddess people. And since then, it's like, oh, we're just constantly mopping up this stuff, and which I thoroughly expose in my first article, and in my third article, I go after the Yosta bead concept, which is most likely what everyone in England was talking about in the Reformation period, or post-Reformation period, up until like Hislop's like, no, it's a full, because he used to say like all these gods and goddesses are also the same, and so he would just conflate everything. So it's like Ishtar is Yosta. It's like, how did it get to there? And he tries to explain it. It's just strange. And so when you got Yahweh, okay, well in the Greek it's Yahweh, or it's actually the same name as Jupiter, Yahweh Pitta. So it's Yahweh. And so people have, that's an equivalent to what happened with Alexander Hislop making up his rubbish. And we can see Gesenius later on thought it was rubbish. Tregelles thought it was rubbish. Now, I'm not sure whether Tregelles went with Yahweh or Jehovah, which direction he went. But he was clearly coming against the concept that this was related to Jupiter, or this was related to Jovis, or Yahweh in the Latin. But this is exactly what Gesenius said. This is what he taught. And this caught on like wildfire. It's gone all the way around the world. Everyone's still like, it's Yahweh. Of course it is. Even Jehovah, I've debated Jehovah's Witnesses on this, saying, well, the name is Jehovah, but it's Yahweh. It's like, how can it be both, And so and this is why when people ask me, they say, what's the name of God? I'm like, oh, well, the name of God is Jehovah because of this. I've got 10 reasons. When I say to them, why is it Yahweh? Apparently when you read in the Hebrew Bible and you see Jehovah, it doesn't mean Jehovah. You should never say it that way because they never said it. It's like, oh, they never said it? Okay, well, okay. Well, so they just read through and they never said it, apparently. Well, maybe, and my whole thing is that's a modern thing. But, they also, got it from Theodoret and then usually it's just such slim little bits of information here and there that's oftentimes just contradicts the massive amount of evidence that we have for Jehovah, that you wonder how it's become so popular and how it's become this thing. That's why I was pointing to Gesenius. He's the one who opened the floodgates to this. So now with that sort of clarified, let's just go back just a minute or two and we'll just look at what. Oh, I don't want to go back like 10 minutes. Maybe I've got to go back to where I was saying something. So here.
But not the substance. So if that's something that's important.
And this will clear it up.
Next, I jumped 2 hours into the video. Let me share that tab. So 2 hours, 7 minutes into the second part. Now I say it's the second part. You'll see at the top, it looks like it's still the first part. But as I mentioned earlier in this video, it's just, I believe, because he's accidentally labeled both parts, both the first and the second as the first. So here we go.
I was getting there. Sorry to stop and go to Wikipedia and all that. But if you go here, Gesenius, so he said that this name of Jehovah, he said it means Yahweh. And he was the first one to say that. Okay, so before that, the pronunciation of Yahweh was always to do with Jupiter. Okay, Yahweh Pitta. So I go in depth. Okay, so what did I say there? I said he was the first one to say it was Yahweh. Up until then, the pronunciation had always been Yahweh Pitta. Okay, so in a sense where I guess let's just go. Now, I do have the footnote here. While several scholars point to Yahweh being pronounced as Yahweh, the Greek here is not a good indication and does not usurp the basic Hebrew. Yahweh may have actually been. So I'm not fully like just claiming that my book says that he was the first one ever to use this, because in my book I'm clearly not saying that. I'm saying that you know, I do deal with the Theodoret quotation, okay? But what I'm saying is the pronunciation of Jupiter, this was the first time that the Jupiter Yahweh link was there, and it's like, oh, it's pronounced Yahweh. That's exactly how. See, before it was questioned. That's I guess what I mean. Like, you know, you have, you know, Jabe, Jobe, Jabhabi, you know, whatever, however they're going to pronounce it. And it's like, okay, that's questioned, it's written down and all the rest of it. But then he's come along going, it's Yahweh. People are like, oh, we've discovered it, we got it. And so they're running with it. So I'll just rewind that section so we can.
So here we go.
Was getting there. Sorry to stop and go to Wikipedia and all that. But if you go here, Gesenius, so he said that this name of Jehovah, he said it means Yahweh. And he was the first one to say that. Okay. So the first one to say it's specific, like 100%, the case closed. You know what I mean? That's where I'm coming from. Before, because the very footnote here is showing where it's got Jabe, the 65 here. So obviously I'm not saying it's never been said before, but maybe I could have worded that better, but it's like, yeah, let's just keep going through. For that, the pronunciation of Yahweh was always to do with Jupiter, okay? Yahweh Pitta. So I go in depth, and yeah, I've got his own writings here. So it says, to give my opinion, and so you see in brackets, this is Tregellus. So a lot of people would agree with Tregellus, you know, he's a text critic, and, you know, but I think he's correct here. Like, I would disagree with him on his anti-King James stuff. But here, so you have Gesenius, he's saying, to give my opinion, and then Tregellus is doing a interpolation here. So he translated the work of Gesenius into English, and he offered his own sort of commentary in the middle of this. So he said, this opinion, Gesenius afterwards thoroughly retracted. Okay, so the whole concept of, he said, I suppose that this is outside of the bracket, so this is Gesenius. I suppose this word to be one of the most remote antiquity, perhaps of the same origin as Jovis and Jupiter, and transferred from the Egyptians to the Hebrews. So he's saying that this name of Yahweh is Jupiter, or the name, the Tetragrammaton is related to Jupiter, and it probably came through the Egyptians to the Hebrews. It's like, and Tregellus is like, what an idea. God himself revealed this is his own name. The Israelites could never have received it from the Egyptians. And so anyway, he basically, what he does here is shoots himself in the foot. And I wrote it all out so that people would, you know, check it out. And I've got Tregellus clearly written there. But he's saying this is the first time that they're saying the name is Yahweh. And so in a sense of, this is the, you know, because I would be just going against my own book here, I've got the footnote showing where the name of iota epsilon vita iota alpha vita epsilon Yahweh, where that's occurring. And so, you know, when I'm saying it's the first time, so this is, it's like with Alexander Hislop, the first time that people related the goddess to Ishtar, of Ishtar to Easter, that was the first time that that had actually happened. Okay. Now, had they said it was related to a pagan goddess before? Yes. That's in you know, early writers. I think the brothers Grimm had talked about that as well. And so, but he made this massive connection, right to, Ashtaroth and, all this sort of weird stuff. But, and so that's, if someone was to say to me, or even in my first Easter article, I'm like, this is where it comes from. It comes from Alexander Hislop saying it's a pagan festival, it comes from Ishtar. But then in my third article, I'm dealing with, okay, what about Yosta, the other one? Okay. So what I'm saying is the first time this is used as definitively Yahweh, not trying to figure out the Greek, not trying Yahweh, that's how it's pronounced, is Gesenius. And that's where we trace these vocalizations back, we go to him. Now, before that, they're going to a Greek source, a different source, okay? But he was clearly the one who related it to Yahweh. Now, before that, whether it was Jave or Jove or Jiva, however you're going to pronounce that Greek, that was questioned, just like the Yosta thing was questioned. But clearly there are two issues here. There is the early pronunciation, people saying, oh, it could be this, could be that. But then he's come along and saying, definitely it's this, it's related to these other things. People have run with it. And that's been the catalyst for the modern day pronouncing of our God as Jupiter, basically. Exactly like Jupiter. That's where I pinpoint it back to him. Just like with Alexander Hislop, I pinpoint the whole concept of it coming down to a pagan festival related to Ishtar back to his book, The Two Babylons. Now, had there been people questioning things and putting doubt about the Easter and all the rest of it before that, yes, but it was Hislop where it exploded. And for the first time, people were very definite about that, where other times it's questioned. Sometimes, like even in the debate that I had with TurretinFan, you go through Webster's material, he doesn't even mention it's like a pagan festival at all. And then you go through other people, and it's almost like all they mention. But then once you get to Hislop, he's like, it's not only pagan, it's related to Ishtar, this other goddess. So that's what Gesenius is saying here. It's not just a Yahweh, and we're trying to work out how that's said. It is definitely Yahweh because it's related to Jupiter. And everyone's like, yeah, let's run with that. So it's like if I was to say the JEPD concept. Like, of course, that came about when it came about. You could probably date it. But yes, there is going to be things before that are the roots of that. But I would say the roots of the name Yahweh, yes, they were there. But Gesenius is the tree. He's the first time you see the tree trunk and the branches of all this, you relate it back to him. And so if I was to cut this tree down, I would go to him and cut that down and then deal with these other things at arm's length and go, okay, what about the iota, alpha, beta, epsilon quotation? It's one thing going against the entire Hebrew Bible, going against the theophoric names, the name of Jehovah, and we've got to say that they never pronounced it and all this sort of stuff. It's like you've got to have all that there to have this Greek thing. And so he's come along and said, no, it's related to Jupiter, ran with it. So he's where it became mainstream. So hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from with that. It's quite amazing when you go through that. So you've gotten the point there.
And
so
I don't know if TurretinFan can prove otherwise, because I also see some other suggested pronunciations. Now,
which would all be wrong because in Gesenius's eyes, because it's Yahweh. You know what I mean? So what have we got here? Javi, Jawa, Javi, and Jawa. No, he's like, it's Yahweh. It's not. You don't go to the church and go, let's all worship Javi. Let's all worship Jehovah. No, let's all worship Yahweh. Oh, if you ask any Christian, what's the name of Yahweh? Oh, it's the name of God. If you said, what's the name of, what does Javi mean? They're like, I don't know. You know, and that's what I'm saying. He was the one who formulated this concept, ran with it. It became popular. He's retracted it. People have pointed out faults in it, but the fire had already started.
Certainly that's predating, but it's even much older than that because it goes back to Theodoret. It goes back to Epiphanius. It goes back to Clement of Alexandria. These pronunciations are much, much older than the 1850s. And I think, I'm not sure, I think if Nick reads more carefully what he's been writing or what he's been copying and reading regarding what Gesenius withdrew or retracted, it was the idea that the name Jehovah came from Egypt, or came from an Egyptian source or a Canaanite source that predated Christianity. It came directly from God. It wasn't borrowed in from another language. It may have some similarities to some other word in some other language, but that doesn't mean it was borrowed from there, and it doesn't mean that that's the meaning of the name. I believe that we don't have to go too much farther to come to the next part that I wanted to share, but let me just jump to the relevant section. Let me see what I did there. So let's jump to that section. All right, here we go again. All right, so you may start with me, but it's me recorded. And there's some that actually combine both. Elijah, it has both L and Yah. So Yah is from Yahweh, L from L.
So Yah, the whole thing of Yah is from Yahweh. No, Yah is actually a compound.
Now, Nick throws this out that Yah is actually a compound, but he doesn't establish it or demonstrate it. He just throws it out there. Now, he might come back and say, well, this is just elementary to...
Okay, well, let's look at exactly what I said then, because it's just like a tiny little bit, and it's like, well, he just throws it out there. Response to Nick's day is part 2, 1522. So let's go there. Okay. TurretinFan. Well, actually, this is my one. Okay, so let's go to part 2. Okay, that's cool. And where were we? We're at the 1522 mark. Let's go there. Let's just see exactly what I say about it. Go a bit earlier. Believed that we should chop off this part of the verse, art to come, in verse 17. And so I've written a book on Revelation 16:5. It talks about these triadic declarations, one which art and was and shall be, or is and was and is to come. And so going through those, it's talking about Jehovah. That's why we have the capitalized here. We give thanks to you, O Lord God Almighty. And so it's talking about Jehovah, which art and was and art to come. So it's got the three aspects, the past, present, and the future. But if you were to follow the majority text, this art to come is still deleted. If you were to follow the critical text, it's deleted. And so when Donnie was reading through this, he's like, oh, this is the millennium. And I'm like, hang on. No, it says which art and was and art to come. So Jesus, and so the thing is, the whole entire concept of my book is to show that Jesus is Jehovah, because he's the one who is to come. And so it's like, I've done my homework on this. I know what I'm talking about. And it's not something something just popped in my head. I was just like, well, no, that's not really fitting, to have this as the millennium. And this is the problem. I mean, how strange is it to go, okay, Revelation chapter 6 is also Revelation chapter 13, which also has, Revelation chapter 7 is Revelation chapter 14, but also has a bit of chapter 15 in it. And then when we go to Revelation chapter 11, that's the 1,000-year millennium. And it's just like, to me, this is just all over the place. When you've got the clear chronological sequence going from Revelation chapter 4, the metatafta after this, and all the way through to Revelation 19 as a 7-year period with 3.5 years in the middle. I mean, to me, it's like, it's so basic rather than, it doesn't seem like the right video, does it? Responding to part 2 of that. Or is that TurretinFan's video? No, that's definitely my video. I've got part 1 there, but I'm pretty sure it's... But that, yeah. Aha. Sorry. There's the timestamp there, 2 hours and 24:18. I was wondering why it was just not fitting. 2 hours, 24. Okay, so we'll just start about that.
Mode of thought on that point. But my point is to raise the fact that this is, in fact, that these theophoric names are a real thing, that it's not just something Nick made up for his book, and that these theophoric names come in different shapes. There's ones that have the name Yahweh. There's also...
Okay, so that's cool. He's not really coming against anything I'm saying. He's just saying, okay, so this is a reality, which is good, because I'm glad that he's coming up to speed with this. I wish I knew this 7-8 years ago. I had to really learn it and then write a book about it.
The ones that are just have the name El. And there's some that actually combine both. Elijah, it has both El and Yah. So Yah is from Yahweh, El from El.
So Yah, the whole thing of Yah is from Yahweh. No, Yah is actually a compound. Now I'm going to quickly go to a video. So I do attempt to go to this video, and it's sort of like I couldn't find the spot. But about the Legacy Standard Bible that came out, and they were talking about Jehovah, and they said a lot of things that I agree with. Yep. So listen. I just noticed that I'll show you what I'm looking at. It's quite funny that these guys come up one after the other. 2 reasons why Jehovah should not appear in English Bibles. It's Mark Ward. Stephen Anderson blasphemes God's name. Yahweh and Legacy Standard Bible. So he's probably, he's saying Jehovah's a proper name. I mean, I think it doesn't take much to study into this and go, okay, it's the proper name of God, because there's really no foundation for Yahweh whatsoever. It's but I am looking for this one video, the Legacy Standard Bible. And so the reason I'm showing this is because TurretinFan was sort of like, well, trying to put words sort of into my mouth about this. And so I have said to go there, but I'm just making sure of what I actually said in context. Maybe in brackets. Okay. There's been quite a lot of videos made about this. So there was a video. So basically, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, but this video sort of went into the Legacy Standard Bible just saying that they changed the name to Yahweh in every place or something like that. And it was just saying, look, that's a mistake because the name is Jehovah, and they went through a lot of the theophoric names, but then they went into the whole concept of Yah and how it's actually the Yod and the last 2 letters of Jehovah. That's what Yah means. And so it's like, that's a full compound word like don't, from do not. You've got do not, and then you it's contracted with an apostrophe over it, and that's how you know it's missing something there. And so Jehovah, Yah is a shortened form of that. So they pointed that out, which I found quite interesting. So I guess in a way, okay, so I've said it's not my concept. I've said it's on this video. I said I found it quite interesting. Okay, so maybe, I think this is it.
Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about the personal name for God in the Old Testament. Some of you may know this name as Yahweh, and others of you may know this name as Jehovah. Well, there's a fascinating story behind these two versions of God's name, and I want to share with you a condensed version of that story. So, first of all, you often see God's name.
It looks interesting, but I'm not going to go through that. So, yeah, it looks like a lot of this stuff is becoming really popular. Jehovah or Yahweh, etc. So anyway, at least I've given you, if you want to find that, I can't remember. Maybe they're actually in my on my channel. So I'll just quickly go there. If I go to my subscriptions, you can see what I'm looking at. Bart Ehrman. So what would it be under? Legacy Standard Bible. There we go. So they have a video that goes through like about an hour or something, but they've broken it up into little sections. And so like divine name. I'll see if I can find the exact spot.
The use of the name Yahweh is not necessary.
So just see if I can remember. Okay, Theodora. They don't seem to mention it there. But yeah, what I'll do, I'll throw that video into the comments, and so you guys can search for that yourself and watch through those videos, and that will save me just boring you to tears. Okay, so let's get out of that. Let's let Turretin continue.
Or Elohim.
Okay, so I don't offer really anything said on that. So what I thought I said, or what I probably should have said, was, okay, this is a concept. In my book, I've gone through Jehoshaphat, it's something I continually harp on. Now, in my book, I actually said I thought the name J-A-H was just the first three letters of Jehovah. So what I'm saying is, when this video came up, it seemed to offer an alternative to that. And so I was like, okay, well, let's look at that. It said everything they said was in agreement with what I was saying, pretty much on the Jehovah side. I don't really know about, John MacArthur and all the other stuff that they were saying. It's like, okay, well, probably could be, couldn't be, maybe, not sure. But at the end of the day, when it came down to their material on the name of God, to me, it was almost like they were just reading from my book. But then they had this other added information. I was like, well, I haven't got any good argument against that. To me, it makes sense. And so I'm just like, okay, that seems like a good thing to look into. So that's why I'm like, okay, let's go to that video. I haven't done an article on it. I haven't studied it myself. I've just gone, okay, these guys offer an alternative there. Along the lines of what I'm saying. So if I study through that and it's wrong, that's wrong. If I study through that and it's right, it's right. As far as I can see from just a cursory look, it seems like what they're saying is valid. So let's go back. Let's forget that one. So I just sort of went all that way to basically just say, okay, well, TurretinFan is sort of, saying for whatever reason Nick's gonna talk about this and talk about that. It's like, okay, well, let's just now you know exactly what I think, where I thought I'd actually said that. So that's why I was looking for that. I was going to go, hey, see, I said that. Why are you saying, Nick's probably for this reason and for that reason mentioned this? I only just mentioned it in passing because it was an alternative that I hadn't really even looked into.
It may start with me, but it's me recorded. And there's some that actually combine both. Elijah, it has both L and Yah. So Yah is from Yahweh, L from L.
So Yah, the whole thing of Yah is from Yahweh. No, Yah is actually a compound.
Now, Nick throws this out that Yah is actually a compound, but he doesn't establish it or demonstrate it. He just throws it out there. Now, he might come back and say, well, this is just elementary to folks who know Hebrew, but that's not quite right. I mean,
no, I never said that. That's why I pointed to this other video and just went, that's where I heard it.
There's the Psalm 68:4 uses Yah as one example. So this is a name of God. Now, some people have over the years distinguished between Yah and Yahweh, but most people seem to recognize that it is, well, I should share this tab instead. So it says contraction for Jehovah, Yahweh. So this is the same, not a Yahweh source, it's a Jehovah.
And that's what I say in my book too.
In other words, a source that supports that idea, but it itself recognized.
So if I grab my book, and that was one of the reasons why I was bringing it up and saying, okay, well, these guys offer an alternative, because I had gone on. Maybe compound. Yeah. Okay, so I know. Hallelujah. Yeah, so these are the names that, Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. These were all options. Then Jasenius come along and said, it's Yahweh. That's my point. We've got Yah in it. Okay, so I've got Greek New Testament writers equated that Jehovah is Kyrios, and the King James Version translators simply followed suit in the Old Testament, except in 7 places where Yah is used with Jehovah, Jehovah. Thus, they transliterated it Jehovah in English. Yah. Okay, Yah is simply short for the name Jehovah, as seen in Elijah. So that's where I don't say it's contracted or whatever. I just say it's short for, which is the same thing. So that's what I'm saying that I have thought right up until I saw that video, and I'm like, maybe it's a compound. Makes sense. Okay. I'll look into it, and that's why I was trying to show the video, but it's like, look, I can't find the video, can't find the spot. I'm on live. So,
This is a contraction of this word and means the same thing. And again, the Strong's says it's a contraction, and it says this is a contraction. So where does this compound come from? I don't know. I think that it's just an idea that's been thrown out there and that Nick has heard and that Nick has adopted. I don't see any argument.
So like I said in my book, I've put what I've put, and if it is an idea that I've heard. I haven't yet adopted it, but it does. I'm 80% there because they got everything correct earlier, so I've got no reason to doubt what they're saying. If they've done similar homework to what I've done, they probably would come to similar conclusions. I didn't think about the suffix of the names much, except for Benjamin Netanyahu. You have Yahoo at the end of it. So apart from that, I was just mainly focusing on the prefix, I guess you'd say, of Jeho in Jehoshaphat, Jehoiakim, etc.
Argument to support it. And you can see here, Yah is a word abbreviated from a more ancient pronunciation, which rests on an assumption that one of these contradictory pronunciations is the more ancient.
So this is the point. This is Gesenius, and we know from looking before the bracketed areas are Trigellis. He writes Yah, an abbreviated form of Jehovah, or rather from the more ancient pronunciation of Jehovah or Jehovah. This rests on the assumption that, so this is Trigellis, this rests on the assumption that one of these contradictory pronunciations is, that says Yahweh, okay, is more ancient, whereas by apocope, Yahva as Yash. Okay, I can't really work out what that's saying there, but anyway, it's just interesting because I should actually read through Gesenius and have a good look, because it seems like Trigellis all the way through is like, look, guy, you're wrong, and just putting it in brackets, but he translated that from the German, I think, into English.
So this is, Gesenius.
And what's interesting is that Trigellis and Delitzsch were very good friends. And Delitzsch was the one that found a manuscript that is said to be today the manuscript that the only manuscript that Erasmus used for Revelation. And it has the last 6 verses missing on that manuscript. And so it most probably was a manuscript owned by Reuchlin, but Reuchlin used to collect manuscripts. He had so many manuscripts, like he had a massive Hebrew collection. He was collecting like the Kabbalah and all sorts of Hebrew Gnostic type of literatures, the Talmud, and, things that were banned. The Catholic Church are trying to burn and things. He was collecting all these, and he was looking into the meaning of these Hebrew words and stuff like that. And so, Trigellis, so Delitzsch was like, oh, this is Erasmus's manuscript. Trigellis was sort of like a popular guy in England at the time, evangelical. He went over and said, yep, that's true. The Textus Receptus is full of rubbish. Erasmus has lied to us. He said that he spotted homoiouteleuton in Revelation chapter 22, verse 19. How could he? He didn't even have the reading. So instead of just questioning and going, well, maybe Reuchlin, maybe he had 10 copies of these manuscripts. He was collecting them. Maybe he had 2 copies. Maybe, some of them are lost. Look at Beza's manuscript's lost. We don't have it today. It doesn't mean it never existed. But so this is one of the main catalysts for the destruction of the the toppling of the Textus Receptus from the minds of people in England, that, we've found Erasmus's manuscript and it's, it doesn't look good, guys. And they're all like, oh no. So that's caused a lot of people to go into the text critical world, looking at other alternatives on Sinaiticus, that they're grasping for other things after that came about, which is quite interesting. So, Trigellis was definitely not TR friendly, and I've never made that claim.
Hebrew Chaldee lexicon, which is cited for other things, it just says it's a word abbreviated from this word, from the word Jehovah, meaning the same word, Yahweh, Jehovah. Yah is a word abbreviated from it. So this shouldn't, the fact that it's a contraction of and an abbreviation of Yahweh shouldn't be super controversial.
Actually, I want to see this. So Jah is an abbreviated form of Jehovah, or rather from the more ancient pronunciation of Yehovah. It's Yehovah. And then you've got or Yahweh. This, and then it's got, this rests on the assumption that one of these contradictory pronunciations is more ancient. So he's going back to what we were talking about, that underneath the Jehovah definition, he had said, you know, this is off the wall. It's not related to Jupiter. So he's actually saying Yahweh there. Yahweh. So he's got the Jehovah one here. Then he's saying a more ancient pronunciation of these. And so that's where I'm saying to Turretin, this is where Gesenius is, you know, sort of poisoned the mind of a lot of people. Whence by apocope, so I'm not really sure how to pronounce those. It says by the omission of the unaccented, and then he's got a whole bunch of other things. Either of these forms is used promiscuously at the end of many proper names. Okay, so in these compounds, being always without mapic is principally used in certain customary phrases. Praise you, Jehovah. Okay, so that's the name of Jehovah in Syriac there. Interesting. Anyway, it's because I've studied this for a long time, just going, I'm sure that I read this a long time ago. And one of the things was, one of the places where I went, the penny dropped, is I looked up the name of Jehovah in a Hebrew dictionary, okay? And at the same time, I was doing the study into who was and is and shall be, trying to figure out what that meant. And I was going through the meaning of Jehovah, and it just said the one who was and is and shall be. I'm like, it's mentioning Revelation 16:5 here. So I looked into it further, and it was like, that means Jehovah. It was just like the penny just dropped. It was like, and it was a bit of a eureka moment. And it could have even been reading Gesenius, you know, like even just reading it through there. Then you sort of get tiny little bits of information. You're like, okay, well, and it triggers another thought, and eventually you're like, you've got a full revelation of something.
And it says, it explains this at greater length here, and you can see that it's principally used in certain customary phrases such as Hallelujah, praise you, Jehovah. And besides various places, my strength and my song is Jehovah. And in a few doxological forms, this word's also retained in Syriac, such as glory to Jehovah. So again, it doesn't seem particularly controversial. I'm not sure why Nick objects. He does end up recommending a video, and I think I'll hear him start to recommend it, and then we'll go there.
Now I'm going to quickly go to a video.
So I'll save some time because he has, unfortunately, he was doing this live, which has its positives and negatives. So I'm going to share that for a moment and then actually grab the video he's talking about, share it in, and I think it has some ads that pop up first. Nope. All right. So we can go back to sharing this. And this is the video that he seems to be recommending, and this is section 2, the divine name. We can look at this briefly, and then we can maybe jump to another one of these videos from this. Now, the context of these videos is that these videos are part of something called, a project called the Legacy Bible Exposed. So you can kind of tell where they're coming from. They're not a fan of Legacy Bible. What was particularly unique about Legacy Standard Bible, was that it used Yahweh instead of using Lord in all the places where the King James Version would have the L, capital RD. I think it's all, if not all, virtually all. So thousands of times, over 6,000 times, it uses God's name spelled out for the first time in an English translation, to my knowledge. Certainly the first time in such a large distribution English translation. So MacArthur apparently made a big deal about it. These folks didn't much care for that and have this have a video series that could be played as one big video or as a number of small videos. Here we are in one of those videos.
Dr. Michael Heiser, the resident scholar for Logos Bible software, who said it like
recently deceased. So, but anyway, Michael Heiser. Now, Michael Heiser is not associated with this project, of course. He's the other side for this project. They're not fans of Michael Heiser, but you'll see what they're quoting his material.
like this.
It is off.
And so even I remember, because see some of the things that happen as well, like when I first did my Easter videos and things like that, if someone had mentioned something about Easter not being pagan, we would share it around and go, wow, look at this. You know, Christianity Today is saying a similar thing, or this other guy is saying a similar thing. And it's not like, oh, we're in total agreement with these people. It's just like, oh, they're saying the same thing as us. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. And that sort of backs up what we've been saying, you know. So like now there's just so much stuff against the pagan Easter. It's like, I don't even really bother with it much anymore. It's like with the whole Hillsong thing in the beginning, trying to get people to realize that the guy had, you know, Frank Houston had raped people and it's been a big cover up. I mean, most people had no idea. Now it's on the news nearly every night here. You know, you sort of, all you have to do is just do a quick Google search for that, and you'll see recent news bulletins, you know, probably from this week, you know. And so when I'm sharing this video, it's just, I remember when it first came out, I was like, wow, these guys are in agreement with us on the Jehovah thing. Now, everything else, I'm not really that sure of. It's just like, okay. So this is one of the problems about recommending something. And the only reason I've recommended it is because it actually goes against what I've said in my book. And I'm like, oh, no, it's probably a compound name. These guys say that. It's worth looking into. Here, look into it further. That's all I've done. And so what they're saying about Heiser here, now I think Heiser is absolutely bizarre. I think Heiser is a bit like a Bart Ehrman. I know he's passed away now, but it's like, I think he is like a Bart Ehrman who, but just says that he's still a Christian. The things that he says about the Bible are just, they undermine the validity of the Hebrew scriptures. He overrides concepts with the book of Enoch and the watches, and he is absolutely obsessed with UFOs and all this sort of stuff. And so to me, it's just Gnostic rubbish. And when I meet disciples of Michael Heiser, like Rob Rowe, he is constantly in bizarro weird land. And so, and when I listen to Heiser's stuff, I'm like, weird, bizarre, no, like everything's always just borderline weirdo stuff. And I'm just like, you know, but because he's seen as a scholar who, you know, apparently he put the Strong's numbers into the Logos Bible software. I mean, I remember when I was debating Rob Rowe and he said, well, Michael Heiser's done this. I'm like, I've done that on my website. And it's like, I've only done it in the New Testament, haven't done it in the Old. But it's like, does that make me a legend as well? You know, you're saying that makes Heiser a legend because he's coded every word to a Strong's number. It's like, that's been done on my website in the English and in the Greek. Am I a legend? It's like, oh, no, you're not a legend. It's okay. So it's not really, it doesn't really, I mean, it's been done before. I mean, I've got the Masoretic text there by Jay Green. And back in those days, they would have had to like get a bit of piece of paper, typed it out, cut it out, and I guess glued it. Because sometimes you see the numbers have actually fallen down. They're at the bottom of the page. It's like they've fallen off. They must have just been like old school, got it all written out, and they're typing in and pasting little bits and making a book like that. It must have been hard. But, you know, Heiser to come along, you know, 40 years later, 50 years later, and just, you know, he could have used all those tools. And most of the time, since, I mean, online Bible has had that for years. It's like, so anyway, I just thought I'd mention that.
A vowel. If we want to look at in the Hebrew Bible, Exodus 15:2, right there it is. Yah. That is the first syllable of the divine name. Yah.
That's literally what I had just said.
And that's what I say in my book.
Yah for Yahweh. Michael Heiser, who I've criticized in the past, but anyway, he has said the same thing. But they're quoting him, and they're putting up this other thing that makes him, presumably to kind of, I shouldn't say presumably, it's almost impossible to interpret this irrelevant material about Michael Heiser and Logos as anything except an attempt to say, well, look at this nasty stuff that Michael Heiser is associated with. Are you going to accept what he's going to say or what we're going to say? And then by doing that, look, there's a $1,000 price tag on this product that he has. He's just in it for the money or something like this. This is what's plainly the attempt of this kind of video, which is I condemn that type of presentation.
We know it absolutely, categorically, because the short form of the divine name, Yah, the two consonant short form, has an A vowel consistently in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't have Yeh. It's not Yeh, like short for Yehovah. It's Yah. Now, if you want to know about the second syllable, why it's Veh, or at least that's the best guess, Yahweh, Yahweh, you can go to my website and put in the divine name, and you'll get a full discussion of how we know about the second syllable, or at least the best guess. But what we do know for sure is that the divine name was not Yehovah.
Which is pretty much like I've quoted Bart Ehrman in the book, James White. I could have quoted anyone, but it's like, I could have quoted Heiser saying this. Most scholars say it. So it's just something that they, just like they say, well, no one pronounced the name. That's another thing they say. Unprovable.
So they provide this material from Michael Heiser supporting what I've just said. But let's listen for the rebuttal. What does this video, the one that's the series that Nick recommended, what do they offer as the rebuttal? Let's hear it.
What about you, dear viewer? Do you believe that the divine name is really that important to be known? Consider one of the most staggering prayers in the entire Bible. It's a prayer of Moses in Exodus chapter 33. Moses prayed, "Show me thy way." Synonymously, "Show me thy glory." And immediately thereafter, the Lord interprets this prayer of Moses as a prayer to see God's face. And stunningly, the Lord answers this prayer by proclaiming his name.
Yeah, he does do that, and he does proclaim the name of the Lord. And I'll just notice, for those who are reading along, that the word that he said, if you interpret this about proclaiming the name of the Lord, meaning as saying aloud, the word that he had previously said to Moses back in Exodus 3, if you interpret it that way, just note that the King James Version here does not provide that name. Instead, it provides the word Lord. It doesn't have Yehovah, Jehovah, Yahweh, or anything else. It has a substitute word, the word Lord. So I don't find this a compelling argument, not even a little bit, but this is the argument they offer. It could go on a little bit farther. I don't want to.
Well, they're copying the King James translators have Lord there because they're copying exactly what the original writers of the New Testament did when they saw the word Jehovah. They translated that as Kurios, as Lord. And so that's what they did. God saw no problem with doing that. And so the King James translators, in trying to get into the shoes of the early church writers, or I guess the apostles, the people who penned the New Testament, they're looking at how they went through Hebrew texts and how they brought things across, and they saw no problem with having the name as Lord. And so in all capitals, they put it in there so you could recognize that the difference between all capital Lord, Jehovah, and then Adonai with the large L and the small O-R-D as Adonai, Elohim being the name of God, and then the capital name of God, which is like 305 times or something, Jehovah. So all these things match up. And so, but usually most people know Lord means Jehovah. It's just something you study, you think about, you know about. So I wouldn't say that there's any problem with that. And the name Jehovah, I think it appears like 7 times in the King James, but it's just like, okay, it's the name of God. It is how you pronounce it. I don't think people want the name of God to be pronounced as, I'm just trying to think of something that's, you probably wouldn't want to pronounce it as Buddha, for example. Oh, let's just call him Buddha. No, I don't want to call him Buddha. Well, that's the name. So this is the whole thing. We don't want to call God Yahweh, which is related to Jupiter. We don't want to call him that. We want to call him what the Bible says to call him, which is Jehovah. In the Hebrew Bible, it's very clear, Jehovah. Now the translators in the early church doing the New Testament, they sort of had a problem with Kurios. So the King James translators went with Kurios as well. So it's not like, oh, well, it says Lord there, then well, Jehovah's not an issue. Yeah, it's just really a non-issue brought up by TurretinFan here, because and I think he earlier related it to the Septuagint. Said, oh, that's how they translated it in the Septuagint, so that's why the early church writers did it. No, the Septuagint came later, after the New Testament was penned. They probably wanted an Old Testament, so they did that. That's what the manuscript evidence points to anyway.
But you may say, doesn't God know our hearts? Even if we say the wrong name, doesn't he understand?
Well, but he hasn't, even if we say.
And so regardless of all this, I'm not really making all these arguments. Like all I've done is tried to find the compound issue about the last thing written. So, but anyway, Jordan's going to go on with this, and so we'll follow along.
The wrong name doesn't. Yeah, but what we needed to be established here is that we are in fact saying the wrong name, which this does not actually establish.
Well, I think I've thoroughly trampled upon Yahweh, and I would say it's just not the name of God,
What I should do here is there's also
and most of what these guys have in their video is stuff that I've talked about. So maybe I'll go through their video and point out the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Seventh part. Sorry, there's a 7th part to this series, and this deals with the issue even more directly. So I thought I'll jump to it. It's by the same group. It's part of the same series. That was part 2, and
so apparently when it came out, I shared it and was like, okay, and lots of people watched it, and then someone pointed out that they're from some group who aren't really that orthodox or something. I was like, oh, okay. I don't know who these guys are. I have no idea. But the issue is I was in agreement with their concepts about Yah being a compound, which goes against what I wrote in my book. So all I'm saying is if someone has an alternative out there, I've gone, wow, that sounds plausible. Here's a video on it. And so Helg is in the house, and he says, but what we know for sure is the divine name is not Jehovah. What an absolute statement. We know for sure. Modern evangelical scholarship is sure when they want to be. Yeah, it's like, well, that's one thing for sure. Well, okay, so what about all the theophoric names? Jehovah, like I've gone at length. I mean, I wrote probably about 20 or 30 pages on this issue, and even going back to where Yahweh was popularized by Gesenius as that's it, we've figured it out, that's the name. Surely you'd take a little bit of that on board, but I think what I feel like I'm always dealing with is someone who has a presupposition text criticism in their mind, and they're like, no, this is what the academy thinks. If I think outside of that box, that means I'm agreeing with these TR guys. I don't want to go there, and so let's just not agree with anything, and not really even disprove it. I mean, I think what I've shown in my book is, you might be able to nitpick a few little quotes here and there, and the Calvin thing and a few other, but the vast majority of what I've written there is so backed up. I mean, even if TurretinFan was to read through my book, do all this, and then I would suggest he jumps into Nehemiah Gordon's material, even though I don't agree with him on everything, and apparently he's a bit off the wall in certain places. But on this issue, I think most people are like pointing to him, saying he's nailed it. And so I would go there. I would read through all of his stuff, and I would be open to Jehovah. I mean, it's the Reformation reading. People were like, Jehovah, that's the name of God, is Jehovah, so
well, let's see if we can come to the right portion here. I'm trying not to take their whole video because I don't want to go through that hassle. Let's see, here we go. So theophoric names, beautiful presentation, by the way, this shadowed and everything else. I don't know how they did it, but it's very lovely. I wish I had that kind of presentation ability myself. That said, the substance is where it's lacking, but let's listen to what they have to say and try to respond.
That is, the proper names of Jews, which bore the name of God, and in particular, this divine name of God, Jehovah. What I saw first is this compound of the name of God, Jah.
So here's where this compound of the name of God thing comes up. I don't know if this is where Nick got it from, but it's my best guess that he got it from here. But do they establish that it is, in fact, a compound? Well, let's see what they offer.
Seeing unto God, sing praises.
Well, I guess it's really got it. The whole video has to be looked at, because this is part 7. So they've already laid a foundation. So I think I watched through this twice. When I first watched it, I was like, man, that's all my ideas, And I think after that, I made a video on Jehovah. I was like, oh, they're sort of getting my ideas and popularizing them. Maybe I should, just read through my book and show what I think about it. Rather, because the only reason I'm doing that is not because it's like, I want all the glory or anything. It's I don't know who these guys are. Some people grab a truth, they go hold up a truth and go, see, look, we got the truth, and then the next thing they bring out is wacky, and you're like, oh, and so that was one of the things with Bryan Ross bringing out the don't pass over Easter thing. I had why we should not pass over Easter, and when I saw that he'd written a book on it, I was like, oh no, he's gotten pretty much, and we're both in agreement that it's 99% exactly the same information, but he's got the twist at the end where it's sort of like, well, it should, it shouldn't be Easter as a celebration of the resurrection, but that should be read as the Passover. And it's like, that's pretty much the whole argument of what I'm saying. And so it's all the same information, but just the main core of it is different. And so a lot of people are running to his material now, and they're running with it and saying, see, King James is in error. And it's like, where he's, or in a sense where it's not in error of translation, it's in error of it's anachronistic and it needs to be changed anyway. So the New King James did a good job at changing that now, and it's like, oh my God. So that's what I'm realizing is sometimes you've really got to own something and go, okay, that's my idea, that's my concept, because other people grab your ideas and concepts and they actually don't know certain things to the extent that and they're saying similar things, but people can pull holes in their argument but not in yours. And so that's why when this video came out, I think I was like, yeah, I should do my own Jehovah video. I think it's like one of my most popular videos on YouTube. I think it's had like 3,000 hits or something, quite a few. I know it was one of the first live ones that I did. Anyway, let's continue.
To his name, extol him that rideth upon the heavens by his name, Jah, and rejoice before him.
So the correct pronunciation is not Jah, but Yah. But let's continue.
This name, which appears some 53 instances in the Hebrew scriptures,
But the correct pronunciation, if we bring it over into English, is Jah, because we say Jesus, we say Joshua, we say, so it's fine to say Jah. There's no problem with it. But the Hebrew pronunciation will be Yah.
exclusively in song, was first given to us by Moses in Exodus chapter 15, verse 2. Jah is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. Here,
This is an interesting claim about this being exclusively in song. I don't, that isn't accurate, I don't believe, but it might be that most of these are in songs. For example, the vast majority seem to be in the book of Psalms, and the Exodus 15:2 says, "The Lord is my strength and song, and has become my habitation," part of the song of Moses and Israel. There's a reference in Exodus 17:6.
I'm just wondering if that's a connection between the Song of Moses that they sing in the book of Revelation. So I'm going to have to really go through that Song of Moses, because that was one of the things that TurretinFan was bringing up, was like, okay, why aren't these triadic declarations triggered when these other words, Lord, appear? And so, he had a few that he agreed with, where some he was disagreeing with, but probably the main one is Revelation 15:3, but they're singing the Song of Moses. So I've really got to go and find that exact song and do a full comparative study on that, which would be interesting.
16, but that one doesn't seem to be a song, so you can see it here. Oh, I need to share that tab instead. You can see here it says, "For he said, because the Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek," and you can see that the Lord here is that form Yah, and it's not part of a song. So it troubles me a little bit that they just throw out bogus claims. I'm not willing to just take his word for it, whatever he says, that he says this is a compound.
Okay, so I'm going to just double check what TurretinFan said there.
Will have war with Amalek, and you.
Okay, so this is.
Doesn't seem to be a song, so you can see it here. Oh, I need to share that tab instead. You can see here it says, "For he said, because the Lord has sworn."
So Exodus 17:16. KJV. We'll go to Bible Hub. Okay, I might just go to King James here. 17:16, I'm pretty sure that's where he was at. 17:16, yep. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like it's a song. So I'm just going to check and see what this guy actually claimed, because I wasn't really paying that much attention.
Which appears some 53 instances in the Hebrew scriptures, exclusively in song, was first given to us by Moses in Exodus chapter 15, verse 2.
Exclusively in song. Yeah, so I would say that's not.
Jah is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. Here,
this is an interesting claim about this being exclusively in song. I'm
not sure why he said that.
That isn't accurate, I don't believe, but it might be that most of these are in songs. For example, the vast majority seem to be in the book of Psalms, and the Exodus 15:2 says, "The Lord is my strength and song, and has become my habitation," part of the song of Moses and Israel. There's a reference in Exodus 17:16, but that one doesn't seem to be a song, so you can see it here. Oh, I need to share that tab instead. You can see here it says, "For he said, because the Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek," and you can see that the Lord here is that form Yah, and it's not part of a song. So it troubles me a little bit that they just throw out bogus claims. I'm not willing to just take his word for it, whatever he's.
Maybe, is he talking about when it's actually transliterated into English? That's when it appears. That could be it, like J-A-H, you know what I mean? I'll just, a sword. Because, I mean, most people would do this type of search through and look for Yah, but maybe that's where we can go. Okay, I'm just trying to give the guy the benefit of the doubt here. So J-A-H. God. Okay, Jah. Okay, I'm sure there's more Jah in the Bible. Well, let's go to KJV Plus. Okay, that'll give us that one. All right, 3050. H3050. And we'll just go King James rather than having a whole bunch of stuff there. I don't really like Esau that much. My online Bible is sort of down at the moment. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that. Starting, or maybe it has to be the plus one. There we go. Okay, so we got, yeah, I would say he's just gone through the word where it says Yah. Okay. So he's got the Lord here. Okay, then he's got, it doesn't say Yah. Here it says Yah. Okay. I'm sure it's in Isaiah as well. Yeah. The Lord, but it might be translated as Lord. No, Jehovah. Yeah, the Lord is Yah there, and Jehovah is, yeah, so that they're translated. So maybe he's, I don't know, maybe I've misheard him. But anyway, we'll see.
Says that he says this is a compound, and this is how we got it.
And so this is the thing, like I'm in agreement with him saying that it's a compound. As far as I can see, I've got no problem with it. But I will have to study that. And as I said, what he's saying goes directly opposite what I said in the book. And so it's not like I'm just like, well, I'm in 100% agreement with this guy just because. It's like, well, when that issue was brought up, I'm like, okay, well, this video mentions it, and I would go there and have a look at what they're saying. And so
I have no reason to
fans
think
doing that. That's fine.
that what he's saying has any particular value. He just seems to be speaking from a place of having some familiarity, but without really knowing what he's talking about.
Moses was giving to God's people a masterful poetic compound of the divine name of God, and not an abbreviation, as John.
So we saw that almost all of the sources called it an abbreviation. But
yeah, and as I have in my book as well. But let's look up Jehovah. Jehovah, and then go J plus AH. I'll just see if anything, because I would suggest that a guy like this, he's gotten this idea from someone. Okay. I'll let this continue while I'm searching.
Well, I mean, all the scholarly sources called it that, but let's hear what he says, this compound. First of all, in my understanding of what an abbreviation is, I'm not sure how this isn't an abbreviation, but he calls it a poetic compound. And he groups it in this way with the J from the beginning of the word Jehovah and the AH from the end of Jehovah. Now, if it had a line over it, it would almost look like one of these nomina sacra. But that isn't, to my knowledge, it's not a Hebrew technique of writing the first letter and the last few letters and putting a line over it to indicate a nomina sacra. If it were, that would be pretty cool. But this is what he's saying. That it's just, now, what's the basis for his statement? We'll see. What source he cites, what argument he presents.
John MacArthur and Michael Heiser would have you to believe.
Have you to believe? I don't know. I really wonder what he thinks. The pastor of Grace Community Church, is it Grace Community Church? Whatever Pastor MacArthur is pastor of. I don't know what he thinks that Pastor MacArthur has, like some devious plan to trick people into thinking something other than the truth. But anyway, they would have you believe it because they believe it's true. But let's continue on.
As though Yah or Jah was short for Yahweh. Though in short form, this was not an abbreviation, but rather a contraction, encompassing the entire divine name of God in one single, singable syllable, Jah. This, in two variant forms, either Jah, J-A-H, or Aya, I-A-H, would forever thereafter be brought in among the repertoire of the theophoric names.
So this is where I was just like, oh, yeah, normal sort of video. It's agreeing with me. And then we got to this section. I was like, oh, that's very interesting. And so I mentioned it in my previous video that TurretinFan's picking up on. And I still don't see any problem with it. But like I said, I would still have to study through it.
Of God's people. And that is because the I's used to be J's.
The I's used to be J's?
Well, in the King James, yeah. So he's just saying where it says Jeremiah here, it's Jeremiah. Yeah.
It's because the reason for this discrepancy is that the J used to have a soft sound in English, in some usage in English. So there was a shift in how this was written. But remember that the Anglo-Saxon people spoke a Germanic language, and there's a strong Germanic root to the English language. So things like J is having a soft sound.
Because I guess I'm just sort of cutting through and off here, but I guess one of the things is, see, over the years you've had people say, okay, the name is Jahwe or Jahwe or Yahweh or whatever, and then it's like Yesenius has come along and said, no, it's Yahweh, it's Yahweh. That's how you pronounce. That's it. People have run with that, and then people have gone, the name Yah is Yahweh, not Jehovah. And so this has been one of, I think I've even heard Turretin say that, this is something that I hear quite often. So hallelujah, hallelujah, Yahweh, So I guess ports of entry where this concept is coming to the minds of people, the concept of Theodora and a Greek translation completely usurping and overriding all the Hebrew information. That seems to be one that goes in there. The Gesenius thing of going, it's related to Jupiter. That seems to be one that's been the main catalyst that tipped the balance, and people like, it's Yahweh, But then this is like another port of entry where people are going, well, it's hallelujah, Yahweh, see? And so I guess, that's what he's coming against here. And so, so let's just continue.
Are a very ancient thing in English. They are a thing that has largely been abandoned in favor of the Norman, presumably the Norman influenced harder J from French. But even the harder J from French may well have originally had a softer sound to it. I don't know the details of that. However, it is abundantly clear that, for example, the name Jesus in Greek doesn't start with a hard J sound. And therefore, the English transliteration of Jesus is based on, if I'm not mistaken, coming through Latin or other Romance languages, where it was Jesus, and then it became pronounced as Jesus over time in English. And yes, there was a time when the I and J letters in English were not distinctly marked. So they're marked as, they're the same letter on the page, the same way the U and V were the same letter on the page for a time. So Jeremiah is I-E-R, but it became Jeremiah. Job became pronounced as Job. Now, how it was always pronounced is sometimes a tricky question. In any event, it's not the, let's just continue on.
Abiah, Ahiah, Amaziah, Athaliah, Hezekiah, Hilkiah, Jedediah, Jesiah, Jeremiah, Josiah, Micaiah, Moriah.
There's quite a lot of these names, by the way.
Obadiah,
And if you remember from a previous episode,
Sariah,
this is the dominant
Shemaiah,
way to make theophoric names
Uriah,
with the name of
Uzziah,
the Lord.
Zechariah, Zedekiah. What you'll see consistent in all of these theophoric names is that this contraction of the divine name is always and exclusively found at the end of the proper name of a.
So the suffixed form is always at the end. That's something that he points out. But what significance does that have for him? I'm not 100% sure. Because although he's provided a list like that, he hasn't included the names. Let's see. He hasn't included Jalil. He has, I wonder.
Jaliel. That would be Jahaliel, wouldn't it?
If Jahaz is an example of another theophoric name, that's a place name. Let's see, what's the etymology of Jahaz? That one might not have any connection, even though it starts with the same letters. There's also Jahaza. And what's the etymology of Jahaza? It may be the same as Jahaz. We'll skip over those for the moment. There's Jaidai. Which may not have any connection with the theophoric name. So anyway, there may be, in fact, it may be that it's always in the suffixed form, it's always this way, meaning it's at the end of the name. That may be accurate. Just trying to think if there's any other clear examples of where it's not suffixed. The explanation I was provided with previously was to suggest that because Hebrew emphasizes the end of the word more than the beginning of the word, that the preference is to put it at the end. And because it's, like in the case of Isaiah, the name is, salvation is of the Lord. Isaiah or Elijah, it's the Lord is God. The emphasis is on the latter part. So it would be natural to always have, when there's multiple theophoric names combined, like Elijah, that would always be Elijah and not Jael. But there is actually that name, Jalil. In any event, there are not a lot of words that begin with Yah, like the name of God. But I'm not 100% sure what the significance is of that, except what he's about to say, which we'll let him say.
a Jew and never at the beginning. And that is because this is indicating and pointing not to the sounding of the first syllable or to an abbreviation of the divine name, but rather it is indicating that this is a compound of the entire name, a contraction.
It's only at the end because it's indicating it's a contraction. The logic is not clear. Why?
Well, I guess even just looking at this, you would go, okay, Jehovah and Jah would just be, I mean, you would probably have to have a vowel point to make a word, or else it's just JH. But even then, Jah. The whole concept of nomina sacra is in the New Testament, you get the first and the last letter, and you put a line above it, and that's nomina sacra, which, as I've proven in my book, nomina sacra, the first type of nomina sacra was to do with Jehovah. So to assume that they did it in other ways, in other methods, it's not that far out of bounds. It's not even out of bounds. It's like this is like right in the core. If you were to look at, say like, a football field, and it being out of bounds of possibilities, this would be in the inner circle, right in the middle, because Jehovah is right in the middle of where the theophoric names, they were shortened. That was the first type of nomina sacra. But this is talking about getting the first and last letter. So this is talking about the normal type of nomina sacra. That's usually familiar with scholars of the New Testament. And so, perhaps this was, the contracted forms in the New Testament was maybe this is where it originated from.
Why would it be a contraction? Because it's at the end of the name. That to me doesn't make a lot of sense. And here I'll bring up a point.
But if you're saying that doesn't make a lot of sense, then none of the nomina sacra in the New Testament make any sense, because they're all the same, like getting the first and last letters and gutting the middle. And so
that I mentioned before, and I unfortunately didn't get covered, or Nick mentioned it in one of his other videos, I believe, but not this one, because I mentioned how Gideon's other name is Jerubbaal, and this is, you notice that Baal is at the end of the name. It says, therefore, on that day he called him Jerubbaal, saying, let Baal plead against him, because he's thrown down his altar. I think I may have incorrectly said that it was his original name, but it's a name he was given, and he was given that name because, if you remember, the people told Joash, bring out your son that he might die, because he had cut down the altar of Baal. And Joash said, are you going to argue for Baal? You're going to be his, bodyguard? Let Baal come and do something to him. He's, you say that Baal is this powerful God. Are you going to have to fight his battles for him? Let Baal do his thing. So he called him Jerubbaal. Now, we shouldn't be doing this, naming our children after Baal, but he did. But you'll notice, and you will notice that this is not just a coincidence, but let Baal plead against him is the derivation of the name, because he's thrown down his altar. And it says he called him Jerubbaal. And you can go here and you can check, and sure enough, let Baal contend is the meaning of the name, and it's from Baal, and it's...
So I think I just did a Wikipedia search on that and look up Gideon or whatever. But so he's sort of clarifying that and saying, well, it was a name given to Gideon. So I didn't know that. That's interesting.
From plead. And you'll notice that the plead part comes first and then Baal. So Jerubbaal. And that's coming at the end of the name. It's a theophoric name. It comes at the end of the name. Now it's a theophoric name of a false god, but it's right there in the name. And you can, I think these are, I don't know if these are all the same Jerubbaal. I think that they are. Here's another Jerub Besheth. I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's another theophoric name. Uriah is a theophoric name with Yah for Yahweh and Ur. But in any event, Samuel is a theophoric name, but with El, not with Yah. And Jerubbaal is a name with Baal. So just as El is not an abbreviation or a contraction or anything else, it's just El, Baal is here in its entirety. And in the names like Uriah, it's just a shortened form of the name of God, which indeed is used by itself in one of the Psalms that we just saw, which we were just talking about, how that is by itself used as the name of God. And that short form of the name is what's being used at the end of the name as a theophoric name. This is the idea that it's not is just asserted, not really supported with anything other than his say-so. We'll back it up like 10 seconds and just let him explain this again. How do we know? Here's his answer.
Pointing not to the sounding of the first syllable or to an abbreviation of the divine name, but rather it is indicating that this is a compound of the entire name, a contraction of the entire divine name.
So the fact that it's at the end is indicating that it's a contraction of the entire name. No, that's not the case. And you'll notice that that's not the case with Jerubbaal. It's not the case with Elijah. It's not the case in the El portion of Elijah. It's not the case in the El portion of Samuel and Bethel and any of the other El-based.
I'm not sure why he's going on to Bethel and El Elohim. I mean, it is a contracted form. Well, not a contracted form, but it is a yeah, maybe I've missed a part there because I'm sort of doing some Google searching on the side. But anyway, we'll just continue through this.
Names. The reason that the longer name isn't used, a better speculation, is that it's long. And we saw as an example how it could be brought out with that indentation bowl. That's not a proper use of God's name, but nevertheless it is what could be done, but it's not what was done. And Yah did stand for the longer name. Now, why he asserts that it's a contraction by taking the first letter and the last two letters, well, again, all he does is assert it. There's no demonstration.
Jehovah, and therefore it uses the vowel point of the final H in the Tetragrammaton and not the vowel point of the first H.
Exodus 15:2, right there it is. Yah. That is the first.
I think this is back to Heiser. Yeah, the voice of Michael Heiser. So just to be clear, no one's saying it's the vowel point of the hey. It's yod hey wow hey. No one's saying it's the vowel point of the first hey, because the first hey's vowel point is, well, what we would be saying is it's the vowel point associated with the yod. But anyway, let's continue.
First syllable of the divine name, Yah. We know it absolutely, categorically, because the short form of the divine name, Yah, the two consonant short form, has an A vowel consistently in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't have Yeh. It's not Yeh, like short for Yehovah. It's Yah.
Isn't it interesting that you will always hear the proponents of Yahweh making reference to this class of theophoric names, where the divine name appears in this certain form? But incidentally, not accidentally, you will never hear them making mention of this other class of theophoric names, where the divine name appears in this other form. Jehoiada, Jehoiadan, Jehoahaz, Jehoash.
So here is a listing of names. Now, obviously, I should say, scholars do address these theophoric names. But why would those be less significant? There's a number of reasons why. One of the reasons, though, is that although Yah is used as a name of God elsewhere, and separately from a theophoric name composition, the Jeho, or Yeho, isn't used that same way. There is a name Jehu in Scripture, but is Jehu, is he going to assert that refers to God? Certainly not. Jehu isn't God's name in Scripture. And what about Jeho? Is that ever God's name in Scripture? By itself? Absolutely not. So now there's Jehovah Jireh, there's Jehovah Nisi, there's Jehovah Shalom, and so on, but there's not a standalone name, Jehoiada. So the question that should be asked is, why is this vowel pointing different? But that's not the question that's asked. Instead, it's just speculated, they don't have any answer for these other names, this other class of names.
Jehohanan, Jehoiakim.
But they don't have any answer. It says Jeho. So they're named after God. like that's the thing. People, like, he's just pointing out, like, just looking at it from my perspective, this guy, I don't know who he is. I don't know his level of intellect. I've watched this video a while back, but at the end of the day, he's just pointing out, Michael Heiser is saying, see, the name's Yahweh because it has the name Yah at the end of these theophoric names. See, that's the name Yahweh. And then it's like, well, okay, if you're going to do that, let's look at these names. Jehovah, to me, it's like just stating the obvious. It's like, sort of like, is the sky blue? And I go outside and go, the sky's blue, No, it's green. It's like, why would you say it's green? Because the scholars say so. It's like, just look at Jehovah, and yeah, Jehoash. And the whole thing of it becoming Joash, as Davidson pointed out, and as I put in my book, it would have been superfluous to do that if this wasn't the divine name. So it is the divine name. I think TurretinFan would be in agreement. This is a divine name. So you have to agree. It's Jeho something. and what do we have? What word do we have? Well, we have Jehovah. That's pretty basic. I mean,
Jehoiada, Jehoiakim, Jehoiarib, Jehonadab, Jehonathan, Jehoram, Jehoshaphat, Jehoshabeath, Jehoshaphat, Jehosheba, Jehoshua, Jehozabad, Jehozadak. Here we find an equal amount of instances where the divine name appears in a theophoric name, yet in another form. And did you see something also that was consistent in this form of theophoric names, where the divine name appears? In these, as opposed to the others, which were all suffixes, these are all prefixes. Every one of these names where the divine name appears in this form, it always and only appears at the beginning and never at the end, as the others, which were suffixes, are pointing to the...
By definition, prefixes only come at the beginning and suffixes only come at the end. But why does it coming at the beginning have some special significance that's different from the significance of coming at the end? That's what needs to be explained here. But let's let him try to explain.
The vocalization of the final consonant of the divine name. So these theophoric names, where this form of the divine name is used, are all indicating the vocalization of the first two consonants of the divine name. And profoundly, to even prove further this method of contraction that was used in the name Jah, you'll see this same abbreviated form of Jehovah, Jeho, even itself contracted to where the first consonant takes the last vowel point and becomes Jo. So instead of Jehoshua.
So now we have a further contraction. The allegation is a further contraction. Now I've heard others try to say that the reason for this shortening from using the yod, hey, to just using the yod was in order to avoid blaspheming God's name through misuse of the name. I've heard people make that argument.
well, that's the argument that I make in my book, and that's what Scott Jones says, and that's what Davidson says.
But here, there's a new argument that it's a new abbreviation. And again, this is at the beginning, but again, the name Joe is not the name of God in Scripture.
Yeah, but but it's not really answering the question. It says Jehoshua, okay? You would be in agreement that the Jeho means is for Jehovah, okay? And that was shortened to Joshua. So it was done for a reason. And it's contracted. Now it's not fully contracted. It's just the EH sound was gone and it became Joshua. So this appears in the Bible because you have both forms. So I'll type in Joshua in the Bible. Joshua, also known as Yehoshua, Joshua is the rendering of the Hebrew Yehoshua and is mostly interpreted as, or this is Wikipedia, Yahweh is salvation. Why would it have Yahweh salvation when it's Yehoshua? It's like, the theophoric name appears to be constructed from a combination of the tetragrammaton, and they have Yahweh there, so they're just going against themselves. But maybe if I was to go to the Hebrew Bible and just say if I just went to Joshua chapter 1, and go to Bible Hub. Hopefully I can find that. Well, maybe Blue Letter Bible seems to be. It's a very difficult thing to navigate. Joshua, I'll just write the so that we get the proper words we're looking for. Okay, so Joshua, it's in Joshua 1:1. Let's have a look there. So okay, so it's got the name of Jehovah there twice. Spake unto Yehoshua. I'm pretty sure that's it. Just double check. So I'll just show you what I'm doing anyway. Hosea, interesting. Joshua, the son of Nun. Okay, so we want to look at all the forms of this. So I'll look up Bible Hub. That's why I was going there. Bible Hub. Joshua 1. Cool. I'll just delete that. Bible Hub, Joshua 1. Let's go to verse 1. And let's go to the Hebrew. Let's look up Joshua here. And maybe it will show us all the places that it appears. So 218 occurrences. Okay, so this will give us a bit of an interesting look at it. Okay, so copy that, find. So they're all the same. Okay, so it's not the same here, Deuteronomy. Okay, so it's just a different vowel point. Same. Okay, same. Same all the way through. We get to here, different vowel pointing. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Yehoshua. Because now I'm wondering if this is a good representation of the Masoretic text. Okay, so let's look for the abbreviated form of Yehoshua, which would be Yoshua. Yoshia. Okay. Hosea. So it's Hosea. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, I don't think I'm sort of proving my point or disproving anything. I'm just Jehoshaphat. So these are the theophoric names. Anyway, we'll just get back to the video because it's not that long to go, but maybe I will finish up very soon.
It becomes Joshua. Instead of Jehoshaphat, it becomes Joseph. Instead of Jehonathan, it becomes Jonathan. This is very beautiful and exceedingly clear. So what we have before us, strictly using the scriptures themselves exclusively for our guide to the vocalization of the divine name.
So he's saying we're using only scripture as the way to vocalize the name, except the problem with this is that the vowel points are not there in the text that Moses wrote. Moses wrote a text without vowel points. The vowel points were added later.
So, okay, vowel points added later. So, TurretinFan would say this is not saying Jehoshaphat, it's saying Yahweh Shaphat. Yahshaphat. You know what I mean? Why would it say Jeho? Why is so pretty much everyone's been all wrong about these names up until just recently, and we found out that these vowel pointings don't work. So we've got to get rid of the true pronunciation of the name Jehovah. And if we see Jehovah everywhere in the Bible, we've got to get rid of that as well. And we've got to usurp it with this name because of Theodoret, or because of Jupiter, or because of the ending being Yah.
And interestingly enough, the vowel points were added by the Masoretes, and when they added those vowel points, this was also at the time when they were superstitious about pronouncing the name of God. So I certainly am not saying that we're mispronouncing the name Jehoshaphat. Right?
So they're superstitious about pronouncing the name of God, but they pronounced it Jehovah. They pronounced Jehoshaphat. Then they pronounced Josaphat. Then you got Obadiah. So I guess what you're saying is the Masoretics just totally wrecked the Bible, and we can never really know what it's saying, you know. But you're sure it's not Jehovah? Absolutely. This is like, you know, the bee in the bonnet is Jehovah. You just got to kill that thing, squash that dead, because it's definitely not Jehovah. That's what you know 100%.
By pronouncing it that way, except of course that the J should have a soft sound if you want to make it more authentic. Then the question is whether the Masoretes have this vowel points correct here. That's harder to establish, but in any event, indeed, there are some vowel points here. But
I mean, if all these names are all messed up with the vowel points, I mean, if you start messing with the vowels, I mean, if you just have CT with no vowels, is it cat? Is it court? Is it cot? Is it cut? Is it? You can just make up words, and this is what I see happening with the Heiser school. They're just like, no, you can sort of squeeze that word into here. This fits because, you know, the vowels weren't there, you know.
But when we look at the evidence of like this incantation bowl as an example from the 6th or 7th century BC, you'll notice there weren't any vowel points there, and it's not because they're trying to hide anything. It's just they didn't use vowel points at that time. This debate over the vowels is something I think that would have been bizarre to folks at that time. The emphasis is not on the vowels. But in any event, I think that we can safely stop that particular video there. Let's see what's next. There's another video to watch. Let's see, I'll put this one, I'll share this tab, which has some of those other names like Jehovah Shalom, or Jehoshaphat, or Jehoiada. Let's see. I'll pop in this video. This video is another anti-legacy standard Bible video, and you can see this is put out by Law of Liberty, Pastor Adam Fannin. It's very short, about 2 minutes. I'll try not to play the whole thing, or not all the way through. You can go and listen to the original form of this, but for commentary purposes, it's hard to comment on a 2-minute video without playing most of the video. But I'll play a little bit.
Paired with these corrupt Bibles, the new translations, they have also created a new name for God.
So first he says they've created a new name for God. Absolutely, they haven't created a new name for God.
They changed it to YHWH.
So how this is Yiddish, I have no idea where he gets this idea from. I suppose this is some kind of anti-Semitic thing, that because Yiddish is associated with the Jews, that this is supposed to, turn people off from it. It has nothing to do with Yiddish. Maybe today Yiddish people do use this. I have no idea. In general, observant Jews today are reluctant. In fact, they generally refuse to pronounce the Tetragrammaton. I believe that they are. I don't know for a fact. I haven't talked to lots of them to find out. That's what I've been told. But the difference between the J and the Y is just a matter of having a more authentic sound. Yod doesn't have a J sound to it. It should be a soft sound anyway. It's just an attempt to be more authentic. This idea there's some great conspiracy behind using a Y instead of a J is just bizarre.
Now the vowels are obviously different. When you look at Jehovah versus Yahweh, everything's different. And
not everything's different. Of course, the consonants are the same because the consonants are what's there in the Bible.
This is because they're saying we have restored Hebrew, and now we say that this is how you pronounce that in the Legacy Standard Bible. MacArthur brags that he replaces the word Lord or God 6,800 times with this new name of...
It's not a new name. It's not. It's just the idea that it's a new name is just wrong. I mean,
Well, the concept of it being a new name, because before that, it was like, how is it pronounced? If we go through, say, even like Wikipedia, I'll just go to Yahweh article. I'll just drag this across. Okay, so they're like Yahweh, an ancient Levantine deity. You know what I mean? Like, are you in agreement with that? It's a national god. So when they're saying it's an ancient deity, they're saying it's related to the Egyptians. Yahweh, alongside with a variety of Canaanite gods and goddesses, including El, Asherah, and Baal. So where was the? I'm dealing with people who say it's an Egyptian. The Tetragrammaton is just stolen from the Egyptians. They constantly say this type of thing. His name is not attested other than the Israelites, and that before that in Egypt he's known as the name of a tribe in the Levant, as Yahweh of Shesuland. I worship Yahweh of Shesuland. Okay. But yeah, I want to just sort of show some of the ways that it's sort of been said. Okay, so we can forget that sort of Bronze Age, sort of, Iron Age categories. It's a pretty bad article, actually. Anyway, I'm not finding. I was searching through a bunch of articles and I saw maybe theophoric names, but maybe that won't help either. So I guess in a way, what I'm saying is, TurretinFan's saying it's not a new name, where I'm saying the pronunciation was questioned because of Greek and a few other things, and then it's like it's come along that it's related to Yahweh Pitta, and they've gone, that's the proper pronunciation. Let's run with that, and that's why it's Yahweh today. So someone's saying, this new name of Yahweh, if you are to go back to the Reformation literature, they have Jehovah. It's just very a very common thing. I'll just type in Jehovah. Maybe it'll show a little bit more there. Here we have the King James, Jehovah in the heading, and Jehovah down here. King James, bog standard English Bible, no one's saying Yahweh in English Bibles. Pronunciation, Lutherans are saying Jehovah. Okay, I'm just trying to find. Okay, so we've got the development of all that. Yeah, it goes through the vowel pointing. So I guess what we'll have to do is go through this vowel pointing thing as well, but I won't go through that today. Okay, so here's like a 13th century. I've heard even, who was it? Bart Ehrman saying, it's just a modernized European way of saying God, Jehovah. It's just made up. It's made up, and all this stuff. And it's like, okay. And so he have in 1550 Jehovah Tyndale has Jehovah with the I being equivalent to a Y or a J. I'm sure I saw a list. Jehovah can be traced back to early historical sources. Rabbi, this guy between 461, 462. So this is the thing. They're not looking at anything else. It's just, see, we've got Yahweh there in one quote, Theodosia, there might be a couple more, but it's like, that means it's pronounced like that. Just forget everything else. It's, you got to weigh the evidence. You can't just go, oh, well, there's one. Let's run with it. Okay. Tetragrammaton. Okay, he's saying none of these names accurately are the name of God. Anyway. Here we go. English Bible translations. Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Bishop's Jehovah, King James Jehovah, Webster's Jehovah, Young's has Jehovah. The Revised Version even has Jehovah. Darby has Jehovah. American Standard Bible has Jehovah. So all of those guys, it's interesting. You go through their understanding and it's Jehovah. The Yahweh thing comes sort of later. It's weird. Okay, Modern Language Bible, New English Bible, Jehovah. Well, I guess they're not showing any alternatives like Yahweh or anything like that. So I could click on every single one of them, but Jehovah's Witnesses are obsessed with putting Jehovah even in the New Testament. Revised Standard Version uses Jehovah. Okay, New American Bible has Yahweh, or Yahweh rendered as the Lord. Or that should say Jehovah. Anyway, I don't think I'm proving my point either for or against. Okay, similar names. So this is a 2nd century document here. Mentioned here, 2nd century. This is mentioned. I think I've got some of this in my book as well. 2nd century. 315, Eusebius. 2nd to 3rd centuries. Then you got modern people, Jehovah, those type of things. Transcriptions, 1106, Yevi, Yehovah. Tremelius, so he's good friends with Theodore Beza, and his son-in-law, I think, was Janius. Geneva Bible, Jehovah. Jehovah. It's interesting. And this is all the sort of stuff that I was going through when I was writing the book, reading constantly through this stuff, just trying to get one little bit of information. It's like, there it is, and copying it over. And so anyway, let's get rid of that. We'll just continue for a bit, and then I'll bail.
It's been around. I mean, Nick, in his book, Nick thankfully doesn't go to this depth, but he recommended to start looking at this anti-legacy Bible stuff, and I fell down this rabbit hole. But this is just an example. It's not a new name. First, even the English spelling of Yahweh can date back to the 1850s, but the sound of it goes all the way back to the 2nd or 3rd century with Clement of Alexandria. I think the first one to record the Greek Grecization of this. We'll come to that in a moment, probably.
Yahweh that did not exist until the 1900s. Now,
it definitely existed before the 1900s, and Nick has pointed that out. Obviously, Nick doesn't endorse this video per se, but just to show you the depths of non-scholarship that are out there, and to avoid risking presenting too much of a very short video without the permission of the people. Even though I'm doing it for what I would consider a fair use, I will just discontinue that there. However, what I would like to do is go to my own amazing blog, and wow, 7 people already like this, and I hadn't shared it, so I really appreciate you guys. Whoever of you have been the ones who have been liking this. let's see. I think this is the. Oh, now it's down to be the first from having 7 people like it. That's so odd. In any event, well, I'll have to get over my heartbreak over losing 7 likes. In any event, the article I posted here, I posted it I think earlier today, and it points out the Tetragrammaton in the early church fathers, and there's some bonus material here. So the point of this is to highlight that this didn't start with the 1900s. It certainly didn't start with John MacArthur. It started long before. So the first author, the early Christian writers that I've mentioned here are in the Latin tradition. Now, there may be some others in other languages. I've only focused, I say Latin tradition, I meant Greek tradition. There may be some in the Latin tradition. There may be some in other traditions as well, like Syriac or Ethiopic or something else. I don't know. I haven't studied that. I'm just focused on the Greek that's more accessible to me. So we have Clement of Alexandria is one. This is really hard to read, isn't it? Oh, well. I can't make it easier to read easily, so I'll just have to be stuck with this. The second is Epiphanius. So Clement of Alexandria died in 215. Epiphanius died in 403. And Theodoret died in 457, and they all have this same information, but I've included some bonus material. One of them is Philo. Philo talks about the Tetragrammaton using the word Tetragrammaton in Greek, and I provided an AI-based translation here, which happens to say that the theologian says the name is Tetragrammaton. And then he has some speculative mystical explanation for that, about the significance of numbers. And then a human translation just calls the name a name of 4 letters. But you'll notice that Philo doesn't go and say what the letters are even here or explain it. But he knows that there is a name that's a 4-letter name, not the most common kind of name in Hebrew. But he is aware of that. And we'll see this is a reference to, you see that it has a gold leaf wrought like a crown, having 4 names engraved on it. And then see what it says, which may only be mentioned or heard by holy men having their ears and tongues purified by wisdom, and by no one else at all, in any place, whatever. So you can see this is the background of why the Septuagint doesn't have a transliteration of the name. The Septuagint being translated, or at least parts of it being translated, if not the entirety of it being translated before Christ. This is the reason that doesn't have it, is because there's this belief they shouldn't be doing it. And Philo demonstrates that in this way. Clement of Alexandria, in his Stromata, again, this is from the 2nd to 3rd century. He died in 215. Book 5, chapter 6, section 34, subsection 5. And you can see that he has the reference to the Tetragrammaton, and he has Yahweh. Yahweh. That's the way he does it.
Like it's Yahweh. It looks like Yahweh. It's like Jehovah.
Interesting, the AI recognized that this is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh and transliterated it that way.
Well, I wouldn't trust AI. See, the thing is, when you're going through AI will grab the latest scholarship, which is the academy. And so it's just going to be a confirmation bias. It's going to go through and say, oh, Bart Ehrman says it's this, and it's going to agree with them. It's not going to give you alternative views. If you have to ask it and say, are there, specifically on each one of these, you'd have to say to your AI bot, say it's ChatGPT, can you show me any alternatives to the pronunciation of this name? Could this have possibly meant Jehovah? Are there any people out there making these claims? And then read through their articles. You know what I mean? Like, rather than just the AI bot said that, and so it's a genius.
The human translation says the further that
because if you ask the AI bot about evolution, it'll give you some, or talk about creationism, it won't give you very good answers.
The name of 4 letters, which was affixed to those alone to whom the additum was accessible, is called Yahweh, which is interpreted who is and shall be. Now, I imagine that Nick is a significant chunk of my audience for this particular video. It's a 2-hour video responding to Nick. So Nick, I thought you might be interested in this, as well as some of the others here. But these are church fathers explaining the meaning of the name, and he says who is and shall be. So I thought you would like that because of the reference to the future tense. I don't know if you mention it in your book at all, but if you...
Yeah, I do. And so I'll pull this up, and then I might just have to go. So if you go, I think it's past the 100-page section, that's when I start to get into chapter 3, I think. Yeah, chapter 3. I start to quote Jerome. Jerome, John Wordsworth. He says it is to come. Venturus est. You will be, shalt be. And then Clement of Alexandria. The Asomana, I was talking about the Tetragrammaton. And then we've got the, relating it to Beezer, what's there. So it's just missing that part from Beezer. Gregory of Nyssa, Priscillian of Avilia, Basil of Caesarea. So I do mention quite a few people. Epiphanius of Salamis, Gregory of Nazianzus, Alcuin of York, and then I get into, Beatus of Libana. So I do go through some of that stuff. Some of it is just like other Tetragrammaton says this, but what they're explaining is that, shall be, it's got the Somenos there. And other times it's Revelation 16:5. There was an interesting one that incorporated both the Comma Johanneum as well. So it was very interesting. The Holy Ghost always exists and neither has a beginning. There was one that said, like this one. He's always existed and exists and always will exist. The was and art and shall be. It's interesting. So anyway, I think I'll end it there. So I'll just... Okay, so a couple of comments. TurretinFan does not like this guy's style of speaking. Yeah. Yahweh Shaphat. It's not really making much sense. Jehoshaphat, to be anti something is poison, anti LSB, not rational. You must accept the LSB's decision to use Yahweh and slave and to omit chunks of scripture. I think what I sort of picked up on a tiny little statement that TurretinFan said in one of his videos was that he was waiting for this, I think it was the LSB, to come out as a bit of an alternative Bible that he could use to go, that maybe that's, a Bible that I could use. It's a good Bible, but, and so I think he was looking at the debate between James White and Thomas Ross about that, and he didn't seem satisfied with that the LSB was good enough or whatever, so he's sticking with the King James. So maybe there's a little bit of, someone's exposing it and he's like, I was really into that, Bible or whatever, But anyway, so I'm going to hide that so I can see the timestamp, and so we are at 1 hour 56 and 48 seconds. So we've only got like 20 minutes to go on this video, but no doubt there'll be other videos that pop up. But I'll just keep my finger on the pulse with all this. And it's good to refresh my mind on all the Tetragrammaton material and Jehovah and all the rest of it. But thanks for joining us, guys. God bless you. And we'll see you in our next session.